Chapter 1977. However, this was no child's play, so the Valley Master added, "Let's see if we can get some more sacred beasts." Soon, all the sacred beasts in 100 Battles Valley gathered. Their cultivation levels varied, but they were suppressed by the beast god clock as soon as they approached. This time, everyone in 100 Battles Valley believed him. "Alright, I agree to this cooperation." The Valley Master finally nodded after discussing with the others. "Great." Yi Xian grinned. "There's no time to lose. I hope the Valley Master can organize his men in a day or two and attack 100 Battles Valley with me. Don't you have any other requests for this?" The Valley Master asked curiously. "There's only one request. Shi Xingyu must die. It doesn't matter if he's killed by you, me, or others, he must die." Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian did not have to kill the bloodline bearer personally. Of course, if he did, he would be rewarded. If the bloodline bearer was killed by others, he would not be rewarded. However, at this critical juncture, Yi Xian was prepared to give up on the reward. "Alright, in that case, I'll begin immediately, brothers." The Valley Master nodded and began to gather the experts in 100 Battles Valley. Countless years ago, their faction was brought to the Purgatory battlefield. After countless years, they multiplied into various factions. These people were actually their descendants. Once the Valley Master gave the order, they would immediately gather and engage in a battle to the death with the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. In less than a day, they were all gathered. Everyone attacked the Unicorn Ancient Tribe with full force. The Valley Master immediately gave the order. This was a rare sight. The people of 100 Battles Valley moved out in full force and crossed the border like an army. They began to attack the cities of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. As for Yi Xian and the others, they had already gathered and were charging toward the base camp of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. "Not good, Tribe Master. A large number of enemies have crossed the border, not good. All the higher-ups of 100 Battles Valley have moved out. It seems like they're going to have a decisive battle with us. Marshal, please give the order." The commander-in-chief of the Unicorn Army was, in fact, the chief of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. When he heard the news, his face darkened and he immediately reported the matter to Shi Xingyu. "Hold on, I'll be able to break through soon. I'll send my doppelganger to help during this time." Shi Xingyu transmitted his voice to the leader of the Unicorn Ancients. As long as he broke through, the people from 100 Battle Valley would not be able to cause any more trouble. Now, it was time to see which side was faster. In order to increase their chances of winning, Yi Xian ordered Black Cove to swallow all the cities along the way into the devouring space. This way, he would be able to force the other party to revert to their original form and use the beast god clock to control them. To put it simply, in addition to the Berserker bloodline experts, the Valley of 100 Battles also had a large number of unicorn experts. "Valley Master, I suddenly have a bad premonition. Please speed up." Yi Xian suddenly reminded him. "Alright, everyone, pick up the pace." The Valley Master of 100 Battles nodded. The 9th rank Holy Emperor expert led the charge and arrived at the base camp of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe in a few days. At this time, the Unicorn Ancient Tribe was ready to fight back. "Berserker, what are you doing?" The leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe shouted from afar. "I've had enough of this *T purgatory. Today, we'll determine the winner. The winner will leave this place." The Valley Master of 100 Battles shouted angrily. "Just the likes of you also want to exterminate my Qilin clan. Don't forget that this is my territory." The leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe said. "So what?" The Valley Master of 100 Battles narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Brothers, kill." The leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe could not help but gulp when he saw the other party attacking. He quickly said, "Activate the 108 Sacred Qilins formation." The 108th Sacred Cheelance formation was made up of 108 unicorn bloodline holders. It was extremely powerful. Even if the leader of the unicorn ancient tribe personally stepped in, his life would be in danger. However, the higher-ups of the Valley Master of 100 Battles were gathered together and could withstand the attack. Kill the 108 people who set up the formation. The Valley Master of 100 Battles shouted. As long as the 108 people were killed, the formation would be broken. No, they did not have to kill all of them. As long as they killed some of them, the formation would not be able to maintain itself. Don't even think about it. Everyone, attack. After the leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe shouted, he led the experts of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe to attack. The 108th Sacred Cheelance formation had no effect on them who possessed the unicorn bloodline. Because this battle was of utmost importance, everyone went all out from the beginning. Those experts of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe all transformed into their true forms. Seeing this, the Valley Master of 100 Battles' eyes brightened. He did not feel any pressure at all. Brother Yi, it's up to you. The Valley Master of 100 Battles immediately sent a message to Yi Xian, who was surrounded in the middle. This time, only Yi Xian's sword immortal clone came. But this was enough. Beast God Bell, suppress them. A huge golden bell fell. In an instant, the strength of the Zioist's true forms decreased by 80%. This was not the point. Buzz! A long sound of the bell spread. The Unicorn Ancient Tribe members in the surroundings immediately faced the sky and roared in pain. Some 6th and 7th stage Holy Emperors were directly controlled. Almost all of the members of the 108th Sacred Cheelance formation were 6th and 7th stage Holy Emperors. As soon as the Beast God Bell appeared, at least half of them were controlled. If these people were controlled by Yi Xian, the 108th Sacred Cheelance formation would be broken by itself. The formation is broken. Kill. The Valley Master of 100 Battles' eyes brightened. In the next moment, his eyes turned red. All of the people of 100 Battles Valley went berserk. Kill. The Unicorn Ancient Tribe's fighting strength decreased while the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley increased their fighting strength. Therefore, the Unicorn Ancient Tribe suffered heavy casualties after only one wave of attack. Buzz! The Beast God Bell continued to sound. More and more people of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe were controlled by Yi Xian and turned to attack others. Not only that, but the Sword Immortal clone also released a large number of people who had been controlled before. This battle was very chaotic. Even the chief of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe was killed by the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley in the first wave of attack. The Unicorn Ancient Tribe was leaderless. However, after the death of the chief of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe, an even more powerful aura swept over from the horizon. Shi Xingyu had finally appeared. Damn it! This group of trash was unexpectedly broken in an instant. Shi Xingyu cursed angrily. He finally appeared. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately sent a message to the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley. Chapter 1978. The final boss had appeared, so they all focused their attention on Shi Xingyu. If Shi Xingyu did not die, this battle would not be considered their victory. If Shi Xingyu escaped death, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, listen up. Kill him with all your might. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley shouted. Everyone's spirits were lifted. With the Berserker bloodline, they loved to fight, not to mention so many of them against one person. How dare an ant like you want to kill me? Shi Xingyu's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was in the state of 6 fusion. He had merged all his clones except for his original body. His combat strength surpassed that of the Unicorn Ancient Clan's patriarch. Unicorn, descend. Without saying a word, Shi Xingyu summoned 3 unicorn clones. However, he forgot that the beast god clock was still there, so the 3 unicorn clones were instantly suppressed and then beaten to death by the crowd. Seeing that the unicorn ancient clan was almost wiped out, the sword immortal clone's eyes flickered. The next moment, he summoned Black Horn. The heart of the demonic dragon fused. Black Horn also joined the battle. As for Yi Xian's original body, he was still in the territory of 100 Battle Valley, far away. Anyway, whether it was the unicorn clone or Black Horn, they were both immortal and indestructible. The more effort they put in, the higher their chances of winning. Valley Master, only Shi Xingyu's clone is here. His original body should be nearby. Yi Xian immediately shouted. I've already sent someone to look for him. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley immediately replied. Not only that, but the old tree, the infernal god unicorn, was also searching everywhere. Even the unicorn ancient clan experts controlled by Yi Xian had spread out to search. As this was the territory of the unicorn ancient clan, there were many unicorn ancient clan sacred emperors around, so it was difficult for the old tree to find Shi Xingyu's original body. Since that was the case, it would deal with Shi Xingyu's clone first. Die, all of you. Shi Xingyu's 6 clones also used all kinds of trump cards. Although his strength was strong, under the encirclement of so many experts, he seemed to be a little powerless. Furthermore, there was a sword immortal avatar that would appear behind him from time to time. Apart from the unicorn bloodline, this guy also has the immortal phoenix bloodline. He's practically a perpetual motion machine. The people of 100 Battles Valley don't seem to have enough attacking power. I don't think they can kill him. Yi Xian saw the entire battle through Black Cove's eyes. Even Black Horn would not be able to deal with Shi Xingyu's 6 merged bodies unless he used the devouring dragon roar. However, with Black Horn's current realm, using the devouring dragon's roar would not only fail to hit Shi Xingyu, it would also hurt the people of 100 Battle Valley. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to let Black Cove do the search. Although there were so many people around, as long as he could devour them all, it would be enough. Black Horn began to devour the enemies of the unicorn ancient tribe in a frenzy. At the same time, Yi Xian kept an eye on Shi Xingyu's clones. This Shi Xingyu came from behind, but his original body might not be there. I should look around. Yi Xian thought to himself as he moved quickly. Shi Xingyu combined his 6 clones to fight the experts of 100 Battles Valley. His original body's combat power would be much weaker. As long as he could find Shi Xingyu's original body, Yi Xian was confident that he could kill him. However, it did not seem to be that easy. Bastard, I didn't look for you, but you sent yourself to me. I'd like to see who can stop me. At this time, Shi Xingyu's clones suddenly roared and flew in a direction. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this because that direction was where his original body was. Shi Xingyu wanted to capture the leader first. In Shi Xingyu's opinion, as long as he killed Yi Xian, he would be able to obtain the super treasure that was the system. Who would be able to defeat him then? However, Yi Xian's original body had long hidden in the depths of 100 Battles Valley. It would not be that easy for Shi Xingyu to rush over. However, at this time, young master, I sensed it. The old tree suddenly sent a message. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and immediately asked Black Horn to follow him. At this time, Shi Xingyu suddenly turned around and charged toward Black Horn. It seemed that he had found the right person. I've found his original body. Hold him back for me, I'll deal with his original body. The sword celestial clone shouted. In the next moment, the experts of 100 Battles Valley went crazy and tried their best to hold back Shi Xingyu's clones. Get out of my way. Shi Xingyu roared angrily. Since his original body had been found, he would have to merge with his body. As long as he could merge 7 times, it would not be a problem for him to kill these people. Therefore, Yi Xian had to find Shi Xingyu's original body before he did. Young master, he's hiding underground. There's a defensive formation next to him. The old tree reminded him. Okay, blast it open. Yi Xian nodded. He guessed that the defensive formation had the ability to conceal Shi Xingyu's aura. That was why the old tree could sense it now. Shi Xingyu, who was hiding underground, knew that he had been found. He immediately left the formation and then rushed toward his clone. Damn it, I've been found at this critical juncture. Shi Xingyu cursed in his heart. If he was given a little more time, he would be able to break through. By then, no one would be his match. If there was anyone to blame, it would be the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's fault for being too weak to stop him. However, the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's people could not be blamed. After all, when Yi Xian used the Beast God Clock, they were all turned into trash. Bastards, get out of my way. Shi Xingyu was burning with anxiety at this moment. That formation was personally set up by the leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. He said that it would not leak any aura, but in the end, it was still detected by the old tree. In fact, he had been outsmarted by his own cleverness. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, the old tree suddenly shouted. He opened his mouth and spat a burst of flames at the ground. Unicorn sky-burning flames. The ground broke open and the aura of Shi Xingyu's original body leaked out. Sword Celestial Clone, kill. After receiving the order, the Sword Celestial Clone instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Shi Xingyu. Get out of my way. Shi Xingyu was furious. He threw a punch and sent the Sword Celestial Clone flying. However, the old tree's ultimate move, Unicorn Sky-Burning Flames, was not over yet. He continued to spit at Su Mo. Although Shi Xingyu was very strong, his original body had not merged with his clone. Therefore, his combat strength was much weaker than his clone. He was probably slightly stronger than the Ice Emperor General. Immortal Slaying Puppet. Immortal Slashing Arrow. The Sword Celestial Clone quickly summoned a large number of puppets. In addition, he also summoned the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's people who were controlled by Yi Xian. Chapter 1979. Shi Xingyu, go to hell. At this time, the Sword Celestial Avatar suddenly roared. Blackhorn opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying attack. The Devouring Dragon's Roar. No! Shi Xingyu's eyes widened as if he could not believe that he would end up like this. Unfortunately, it was a foregone conclusion. Boom! The Devouring Dragon's roar engulfed Shi Xingyu's original body in an instant. Shi Xingyu's Unicorn bloodline and Immortal Phoenix bloodline were a little different from Yi Xian's. After his original body died, the Immortal Avatar would be buried with him. In an instant, the six merged Shi Xingyu disappeared from the world. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has killed the owner of the bloodline. The system rewards the Immortal Unicorn bloodline and Immortal Phoenix bloodline to evolve once. After hearing the two system notifications, Yi Xian felt that the system was too stingy. It was not easy for him to kill Shi Xingyu and only evolve his bloodline twice. Wasn't that too stingy? However, in general, the matter was settled. With Shi Xingyu's death, the mission was completed. Yi Xian could finally use the time reversal skill. At this time, the experts of the 100 Battle Valley had finished off all the experts of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. In order to win, we have to kill the other party's leader and destroy the other party's military flag. Then, someone will descend. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley thought to himself. He searched for a while and finally found the military flag of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. Crack! With a crisp sound, the military flag was cut down. The 100 Battle Valley had won a great victory. Brother Yi, it's all thanks to you that we can win this time. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley said to Yi Xian. We were just doing what we wanted. Yi Xian replied with a smile. At this time, he, who could use the eyes of the void, took his original body and hid it in Blackhorn's body. What made him curious was who had created this purgatory battlefield. Who was controlling this purgatory battlefield? Just as he was surprised, a powerful pressure suddenly spread out. Everyone turned their heads to look and found that the protective array formation in the air had also been broken. Then, a figure slowly descended from the sky. A sacred venerate. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley trembled after sensing it. The newcomer was a sacred venerate expert who was stronger than a sacred emperor. This middle-aged Saint Venerable slowly descended from the sky like a deity. He then looked around and his gaze landed on the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley. According to the agreement, your 100 Battle Valley can leave the purgatory battlefield after destroying the ancient Chelan clan, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. Thank you, my lord, the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley said hurriedly. However, at this moment, the middle-aged Saint Venerable suddenly said something that made the Valley Master of the 100 Battles Valley curious. He paused for a moment before continuing, the people who made the agreement with you weren't from my Devil Spirit ancient country, but the Vicissitude Flame ancient country. Your 100 Battle Valley annihilated the ancient Chelan clan and caused my master to lose a territory to them. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Didn't they say they could leave as long as they won? Why did they go back on their words? Indeed, the person who made the agreement with the Valley Master was not the middle-aged sacred venerate, but the envoy from the Ashen Flame ancient country. The middle-aged sacred venerate belonged to the sacred venerate ancient country, and he was the one who wanted the unicorn to win. Yi Xian finally understood the situation of the purgatory battlefield. It turned out that this was a battlefield established by the sacred venerate ancient country and the Ashen Flame ancient country. The unicorn represented the sacred venerate ancient country, while the 100 Battle Valley represented the Ashen Flame ancient country. Whichever side won would get the other's territory. Now that the 100 Battle Valley had won, the sacred venerate ancient country's envoy would not be polite. Lord, you can't do this, the Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley suddenly said. Humph, I'm already being benevolent by not killing you all, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect that after surviving one calamity, they would face another calamity. Their luck was really bad. Yi Xian also felt very helpless. Although Shi Xingyu was already dead, he could still use the time reversal skill. However, the time reversal skill could not return to yesterday. To be precise, it could only return to a certain moment after Shi Xingyu's death. In that case, the time reversal skill was useless in this situation. Even if they could they escape the eyes of a sacred venerate? Moreover, Yi Xian felt that this sacred venerate was not ordinary. He represented the sacred venerate ancient country, so he might not be a low-level sacred venerate, but a mid-level sacred venerate. Just as everyone was in despair, another figure flew over from the horizon. Sacred venerate ancient country's envoy, we meet again. A long-haired youth flew over and grinned. Seeing this, the middle-aged sacred venerate's expression changed. It seemed that his plan to bring these people away was ruined. Ashen Flame envoy, I trust you have been well since we last met, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. My Ashen Flame ancient country won this battle. These people should be brought away by me, right? Said the long-haired youth. That's right. I thought that you were not coming, so I wanted to bring them away, nodded the middle-aged sacred venerate. The long-haired youth faintly smiled and said, May I ask, what do you want to do by bringing them away? They caused my master to lose the Red Dragon territory. I want to send them to the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate and let them suffer, said the middle-aged sacred venerate without any trace of euphemism. Although they did not know where the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate were, the people of 100 Battle Valley knew that it was not a good place. However, the long-haired youth was very familiar with the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate. After all, it was a terrifying place in the sacred venerate ancient country. Ha, so that's how it is. Laughed the long-haired youth. He used his saint power to envelop everyone and said, "Since this battle is over, I will not stay. I hope that your country can withdraw the Red Dragon Territory's army and let us take over. My sacred venerate ancient country can still afford to lose. Farewell," said the middle-aged sacred venerate, then turned around and left alone. As for the survivors of the unicorn ancient country, he did not bother to care about them. A bunch of trash had caused the sacred venerate ancient country to lose a territory. It was already good enough that he did not kill them. After the middle-aged sacred venerate left, the long-haired youth turned around and looked at the crowd and said, "My name is Gu Tianlei. I am from the Ashen Flame ancient country. Since you have helped my Ashen Flame ancient country to win the Red Dragon territory, my master will definitely reward you greatly." "Thank you, my lord," said the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley immediately. "All right, let's go." Gu Tianlei nodded and immediately left with everyone. This time, it was a daunting experience. Fortunately, the Ashen Flame envoy had come. Otherwise, they would have been in deep trouble. "Lord Envoy, where are the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate?" Chapter 1980. The 9 gates of hell are the prisons of the Devil Spirit ancient country. It is a terrifying place. No matter who enters that place, they will never be able to come out. Gu Tianlei replied. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill running down their spines. They felt that they were really lucky this time. However, right at this moment, "Young man, your aptitude is not bad. Are you interested in making a deal with me?" Gu Tianlei's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was a little surprised when he heard this because Gu Tianlei was talking to him through voice transmission. "What kind of deal?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "Actually, before the battle ended, I have been paying attention to you. Your aptitude is very high, maybe you can help me complete a mission." Gu Tianlei paused for a moment before continuing. "Just now, I mentioned that there is someone from my Ashen Flame Empire in the 9 gates of hell. I hope you can enter the 9 gates of hell and bring him out. If that's the case, why don't you ask the Devil Spirit ancient country for him?" Yi Xian asked curiously. His identity is a little special. He accidentally entered the 9 gates of hell when he was seriously injured. If the Devil Spirit ancient country's people know about it, his life will be in danger. Therefore, this is the only way. If you can complete the mission, my Ashen Flame ancient country will definitely reward you greatly. Gu Tianlei said. Yi Xian was silent because he felt that this matter was very unusual. That person should be a big shot from the Ashen Flame ancient country who accidentally entered the 9 gates of hell and needed someone to rescue him. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Enter the 9 gates of hell and rescue the Ashen Flame ancient country's Prince Rong. A system notification rang in his ears. He actually triggered a random mission. Not bad. There is no reward. That means it has something to do with my efficiency. The faster I rescue the person, the higher the reward. Yi Xian thought in his heart and made a decision. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Gu Tianlei. "All right, I agree." Straightforward. Gu Tianlei raised his eyebrows and said, "Since that's the case, I will hand you over to the Devil Spirit Envoy and say that you contradicted me." "All right." Then, Gu Tianlei set up a formation and surrounded the Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley and the others. Then, he brought Yi Xian back alone. His speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to catch up to the Demon Spirit Envoy. During this period of time, Gu Tianlei had already given Yi Xian a large amount of rewards, enough for him to break through to the Holy Sovereign level. The middle-aged Saint Sovereign had already sensed Gu Tianlei's arrival. He turned around and saw that Gu Tianlei was carrying Yi Xian like a chicken. "Devil Spirit Emissary, I have a request." Gu Tianlai said. The middle-aged saint nodded and said, "That's a piece of cake." He didn't doubt it at all. After all, Gu Tianlai and Yi Xian were acting very well. Moreover, there was nothing to doubt about him. Of course, if he knew that Prince Rong of the Ashen Flame Empire had fallen into the 9 gates of hell, he wouldn't think so. Then, Gu Tianlai threw Yi Xian to the middle-aged Saint Venerable. Gu Tianlai said with a cold face, "Boy, if you have made up your mind, you can send me a message at any time. Don't even think about it." Yi Xian snorted. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. After you enter the 9 gates of hell, you will definitely kneel and beg me." Gu Tianlai then cupped his fists at the middle-aged Saint Venerable and said, "Farewell." Then, he left. Then, the middle-aged Saint Venerable rushed to the Devil Spirit Ancient Country with Yi Xian in his hand. 2 days later, the middle-aged Saint Venerable arrived with him. He then threw Yi Xian to a person. That person then threw Yi Xian into a one-way teleportation formation. In the end, Yi Xian was sent into the terrifying 9 gates of hell. Other than the reward, Gu Tianlai also gave me a jade token that can sense Prince Rong's location. Yi Xian looked around and directly picked up the jade tablet to take a look, but there was no reaction. This meant that Prince Rong wasn't in the first gate of hell. There are a total of 9 gates of hell. I'm currently in the first gate of hell. What's so special about this place? Yi Xian looked around. Other than the darkness around him, there was nothing special about this place. He then released the old tree, Heavenbreaker, and Blackhorn and hid himself inside Blackhorn's body. Wei Zhentian had refreshed the demonic dragon's heart recently, so Blackhorn was still at his peak. As long as he didn't encounter a Saint Venerable, he should be fine. However, he learned from Gu Tianlai that there was a Saint Venerable in the first gate of hell. However, this wouldn't be a threat to Yi Xian now. After all, he could use the time reversal skill now. Once he encountered a problem, he could reverse time. However, at this moment... Hiss! Suddenly, the first gate of hell shook violently, and a soul-stirring scream rang out. F***CK. Yi Xian didn't know what was going on. He felt like his head was about to explode. After a long while, the scream stopped. What the hell was that? Why was the scream so miserable? Moreover, it wouldn't hurt his soul. It would only give him a headache. What the hell was that? I don't know where the scream came from. Yi Xian was a little helpless. He was at a loss. No matter what, he should find the person first. Soon, the old tree encountered a person. Then, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and went over. This person was only an 8th-rank Saint Emperor. He was easily swallowed by Blackhorn and had his soul searched by Wei Zhentian. Now, Yi Xian had some understanding of the 9 gates of hell. He was currently at the first gate of hell's 9 gates. There was nothing special here, but there would be a heart-wrenching scream every day. It was soul-stirring. No one knew where this scream came from. In any case, it would happen once every day. Moreover, it wouldn't hurt one's soul. It would only give one a headache. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but if it continued for a long time, it would become a kind of torture. It was even said that some people couldn't stand it and committed suicide. Listening to this kind of scream for a month is a very scary thing, let alone a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even 10,000 years. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. He understood why people would commit suicide. Chapter 1981. Whatever, let's find the entrance to the second stage of the 9 gates first. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he flew in a certain direction. There was a city there. The 9 gates of the hell were filled with prisoners from the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation. They could never leave the 9 gates of the hell, so they had to live there. However, when they thought of that sound, their hair would stand on end and their bodies would tremble. Therefore, many people left the first stage of the hell and went to the second stage. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the city. He asked around and found out the location of the second stage of the hell. To go from the first stage to the second stage of the hell, one has to go through a long cableway. However, this long cableway is not easy to pass even for a saint venerable expert, Yi Xian thought to himself. There was nothing special about the long cableway, but once someone stepped on it, they would hear a heart-wrenching sound and then fall into the abyss. No one knew what was at the bottom of the abyss, but they knew from the jade plate of life that those who fell into the abyss died without exception. Now that I can use the time reversal skill, I don't have to be afraid of this long cableway. Thinking of this, Yi Xian directly moved. About half a day later, he arrived at the long cableway. This long cableway was not long. If Blackhorn flew at full speed, he could reach it in about half a minute. If it was a saint venerable expert, it would be faster. However, there was a formation on this long cableway that prevented flying, so one could only travel by foot. Let's go and have a look. Yi Xian immediately said. Old Tree, Heaven Breaker, and Blackhorn immediately stepped on the long cableway. At first, nothing happened, but when they were 1/10 of the way, screams rang out. Yi Xian did not hear it, but Old Tree and the other two heard it. The heart-wrenching screams made them stop. The piercing pain in their heads made them unable to move even half a step. In the end, Old Tree and the other two fell off the long cableway and disappeared into the dark abyss. The screams continued, and soon, Yi Xian heard 3 system notifications. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn died. Ding! Heaven-breaking Ape God died. Ding! Devouring Black Scale Dragon died. Old Tree and the other two were all dead. However, before they died, Yi Xian saw a figure through their eyes. So it's the rare saint beast, agonizing banshee. Yi Xian immediately understood. The agonizing banshee was a special kind of divine beast. Although its attack power was not high, its cries could directly attack one's soul. If the agonizing banshee used its full strength, even an expert of the same level would have their soul shattered. This agonizing banshee should have been tamed by the devil spirit ancient nation and thrown in here. It was at least at the level of a saint venerable. Its cry no longer had the effect of attacking the soul. It would only give the people in the first level of the Ghost Gate a headache, but that was enough. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian allowed the sword immortal clone to pass through the long rope. When he was 1/10 of the way, the screams rang out again. However, it was useless against the invincible sword immortal clone. Soon, the sword immortal clone passed through the long rope and arrived at the second level. Yi Xian then used the clone swap skill to switch places with the sword immortal clone. He then put away the peerless swords. There were 9 stages in the gates of hell, and each stage was more difficult than the previous one. If one were to compare, the first stage would have the most people because there was no danger at all. They would only hear the screams once a day. As for the second stage of the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate, it was called the Flaming Stage. The temperature was so high that once one stepped into it, the saint energy in one's body would continuously dissipate. If one was not strong enough, he would become a cripple after entering the second stage of the Ghost Gate until he died. Once the saint power was depleted, those who were not strong enough or had no tricks up their sleeves would be roasted to death. However, this was not a threat to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who possessed the immortal Ichilan bloodline and the immortal divine Phoenix bloodline, had an extremely strong fire resistance. In addition to the immortal divine Phoenix bloodline's super recovery ability, this environment didn't have much of an effect on him. However, Yi Xian's cultivation level was too low. He could only hide in Blackhorn's body. Prince Rong is also not in the second stage of the Ghost Gate. Yi Xian tried to take out the sensor token but did not get any response. Therefore, Prince Rong should be in the third level or later. Prince Rong was the prince of the ancient kingdom of Vicissitude's Flame. He was also the brother of the ancient kingdom's emperor. He was severely injured in a great battle and was accidentally sent into the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. Now that he had more or less recovered some of his strength, he probably wouldn't wander around the 1st and 2nd levels of the Ghost Gate. After all, he wanted to go out himself. In that case, Yi Xian had to find the entrance to the 3rd level of the Ghost Gate. During his journey, he broke through to the 4th level of the Holy King realm. Old Tree and Podian were also 8th level Holy Kings. They were 1 level below Blackhorn. Blackhorn would be able to break through in another 10 days. When that time came, he would be even more powerful. This way, Yi Xian would be safer in the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. At this moment, Yi Xian, you've entered the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. Gu Tianlei suddenly sent a message. Yes, I've reached the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Yi Xian replied. Good. Please be careful. After replying with a few words, Yi Xian continued on his way. This time, he met someone on the way. Based on the person's aura, he was a holy venerable. Although this person's aura is strong, he looks depressed. He must have stayed in the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate for a long time. This means that his battle strength is not that strong. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to attack. Black Horn, Sword Immortal Clone, go. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. The other party had also noticed Yi Xian. However, he was very surprised by Yi Xian's cultivation level. Are you going to attack me? Good boy, you're courting death. The Holy Venerable was furious. He directly slapped Black Horn, instantly turning him into minced meat. What a powerful attack. Those who can reach the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate should be Holy Venerable. Otherwise, they're just here to die. With my current strength, I don't think I can survive the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to use time reversal to return to when he had just entered the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Then, he decided to go into seclusion for a while. At the entrance to the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate, at the end of the long cableway. This seclusion lasted for 10 days. Chapter 1982. Now, with Blackhorn and the demonic dragon's heart, he could probably fight against a Saint Venerable. After all, he had the help of the Sword Celestial Clone and the Old Tree, as well as the environment. As for the demonic dragon's heart, Yi Xian did not hesitate to take back the Eye of Perception. After obtaining 2 devouring points, he used 1 point to stabilize the demonic dragon's heart. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian continued on his way. Half a day later, he met someone. Although it was not the person who slapped Blackhorn into minced meat, he was about a 1st-rank Saint Venerable based on his aura. Blackhorn, Sword Celestial Clone, Old Tree, go. Yi Xian ordered. In an instant, Blackhorn and the other 2 charged over and began to fight. Whether it was Blackhorn or the Old Tree, they both had immortal bodies. The Sword Celestial Clone was even more so. He would not die even if he died. Under the joint attack of the 3, the 1st-rank Saint Venerable was quickly defeated. He was then swallowed into Blackhorn's devouring space. Soul Search. Then, Yi Xian asked Wei Zhentian to search the person's soul. He found out some things about the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. As for the location of the 3rd level of the Ghost Gate, he did not know. Continue. Because of the immortal Phoenix bloodline, Yi Xian could move without restrictions. If it were anyone else, they would have to stop after a while to recover their saint power. Otherwise, they would be exhausted. Young master, there are people fighting here. After a while, the Old Tree sent news. Yi Xian saw two figures fighting through his eyes. Immediately, Yi Xian broke through the void and went over. He liked it the most when two people were fighting because he could be the fisherman every time. He would only attack when both sides were injured. After watching for a while, he discovered the reason for the battle between the two of them. This was the second level of the Ghost Gate, the Flame Gate. Due to the high temperature, the Saint Qi in the air was very violent. Some people would absorb the Saint Qi in the air when their Saint Qi was depleted and they did not have the support of pills. Therefore, these people were affected by the violent Saint power and became very violent. Their minds were affected and they began to beat up everyone they saw. Yi Xian had the immortal unicorn bloodline and the immortal phoenix bloodline, so he did not need to worry about this. At this time, the person with the violent saint power had already severely injured his opponent. Very soon, he was killed. Alright, make your move. Yi Xian saw the opportunity and immediately ordered his sword immortal avatar to take action. Eye of Assassination. The sword immortal clone was the first to flash behind the berserk holy venerate and slashed out with his sword. Bang! But unexpectedly, a surge of violent saint power gushed out from the opponent's body, and forcefully sent the sword immortal clone flying. However, the sword immortal avatar did not give up. He used the Eye of Assassination again. Although the Death Pursuit order had a limit on the number of times it could be used, the Eye of Assassination did not. The most troublesome thing about the Sword Immortal Avatar was that after using the Death Pursuit order to mark the opponent, he could use the Eye of Assassination indefinitely. It was very annoying. In addition, the old tree had also transformed into his original form and began to attack. Although his strength was weak, he had an increase in strength in an environment like the flame stage. Of course, the strongest was Blackhorn. After fusing with the demonic dragon's heart and sharing the immortal phoenix bloodline, even a second-rank holy venerate would not be able to do anything to him. Very soon, this first-rank holy venerate whose mind was affected by the violent saint power was killed. Then Yi Xian searched his and the other corpse's soul again. This time, he finally found out the location of the third Ghost Gate. The third Ghost Gate level requires one to pass through a path of flames. There is abundant Saint Qi there, but it is extremely violent. Ordinary people will be affected by it if they walk through it. It is recommended that a third-rank holy venerate pass through it. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. If that was the case, he could pass through this path of flames and enter the third Ghost Gate level. The 9 levels of the Ghost Gate were actually considered a region. There were many cities and teleportation formations inside. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at the path of flames through the teleportation formation. Coincidentally, there were 2 people who were preparing to enter the path of flames. By the time Yi Xian arrived, they had already entered. Let's take a look first. Yi Xian stopped. He did not immediately let the old tree and the others enter. Instead, he wanted to wait and see. There was no end to this path of flames. However, Yi Xian saw that the 2 people who had just entered the path of flames suddenly began to attack each other after walking for a while. Rumble. The sound of battle could be heard from the path of flames. Very soon, one of them was killed. As for the other, he did not even collect his corpse and disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. This path of flames is indeed not simple. However, it still does not affect me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he let the old tree and the others move out. Old tree, the sword celestial avatar, and Blackhorn entered the path of flames together and began to move forward quickly. However, after walking for a while, there was a change. Old Tree and Blackhorn began to attack each other. In the end, the old tree was killed by Blackhorn. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn is dead. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn is resurrected. After the 2 system notifications, Yi Xian summoned the old tree. Young master, I could not resist the violent holy qi. I lost my mind. Old tree said with some shame. It's okay. Yi Xian smiled and said, Sword Celestial Avatar, take Blackhorn back. At this time, Blackhorn was beating up the Sword Celestial Avatar in the path of flames. Blackhorn was also affected. It was strange that he was not under Yi Xian's control. In the next moment, the Sword Celestial Avatar took Blackhorn into the devouring space. This path of flames could only be taken by the Sword Celestial Avatar in an invincible state. The invincible Sword Celestial Avatar began to go deeper and then took the corpse. This was not the first time that such an attack had happened. There might be other corpses in this path of flames. Sure enough, after the Sword Celestial Avatar walked for a while, he came across another corpse. Then, the Sword Celestial Avatar took it. After losing their minds, they did not care about these benefits. They only knew how to fight. Along the way, the Sword Celestial Avatar came across many corpses. Obviously, no one had passed through the path of flames before, so Yi Xian took advantage of them. However, the Sword Celestial Avatar soon came across a person. This time, it was not a corpse, but a living person. This person was the one who had killed his companion. This was not the point. The point was that the other party was a second-grade sacred venerable. If they were outside, Yi Xian might be able to fight with him. At most, he would exhaust the other party to death. Chapter 1983. Fortunately, the Sword Celestial clone was an unkillable cockroach. When facing the opponent, he immediately used the Eye of Assassination to flash behind the opponent. Then, the opponent quickly turned around and punched the Sword Celestial clone, sending him flying. This person is a second-grade sacred venerate. Even Blackhorn can't fight him, let alone the Sword Celestial clone. So, why don't we let him fight the Road of Flames? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This was a good idea. If there was no one else on the Road of Flames, the Sword Celestial clone could leave on foot. However, there were people blocking the way, so he could only use this method. He was sent flying. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds were heard. That second-grade sacred venerate punched the Sword Celestial clone again and again, sending him flying countless times. Even a third-grade sacred venerate would be severely injured after taking so many punches. Fortunately, the Sword Celestial clone was invincible, so he was spared. Soon, the Sword Celestial clone encountered a second living person. Then, the two people attacked each other and killed each other. The Sword Celestial clone took the corpse and sent it flying again. About half a day later, the Sword Celestial clone was finally sent flying out of the Road of Flames. Moreover, the person who sent him flying continued to attack because he had lost his mind. Void positioning. Yi Xian quickly let the Sword Celestial clone locate the person, then let Blackhorn break through the void and go over. The third level of the Ghost Gate was called the Ice Level. As the name suggested, it was a land of ice and snow, a stark contrast to the second level of the Ghost Gate, the Flame Level. After entering the third level of the Ghost Gate, the person who had lost his mind due to the violent holy qi in his body had been suppressed, and he had recovered. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had also put away the unparalleled sword, and the Sword Celestial clone disappeared. I passed. The second-grade sacred venerate was a little surprised, but he didn't see his companion who entered the Road of Flames with him. After thinking about it, he knew the reason, so he sighed helplessly and left alone. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the Sword Celestial clone, he probably would have continued to wander on the Road of Flames and couldn't kill his way out. However, the following frigid ice stage would be even more brutal than the blazing flame stage. This land of ice and snow would freeze their saint energy. If they could not use their saint energy, they would be frozen to death. Even rank 2 sacred venerables were in danger of dying there. Only rank 3 sacred venerables could move around there. I've heard that this frigid ice pass is very peaceful. After all, everyone wants to preserve their lives. They won't wander outside, and definitely won't fight. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he broke through the void and went from the flame pass to the ice pass. As soon as he landed, he felt the chill around him. He was inside Blackhorn's body. If it wasn't for Blackhorn's protection, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. Yi Xian immediately checked the token, but there was still no reaction. It seemed that Prince Rong was no longer in the 3rd stage of the gates of hell. Continue. Yi Xian started to let Blackhorn fly over the land of ice and snow. He had to understand the ice pass first. Like before, he spread out his search and found a person in the ice pass. Then, he let Blackhorn devour him. From the 3rd stage of the gates of hell to the 4th stage of the gates of hell, one had to pass through a mountain range of ice and snow. If one's strength was not enough, they would not be able to pass through and would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Yi Xian felt that it would not be a problem to let the sword celestial clone enter. However, the 4th stage of the gates of hell required one to be at least a rank 3 sacred venerables. Therefore, Yi Xian stayed at the 3rd stage of the gates of hell for a few more days. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 7 sacred king. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Weizhentian, Sky-breaking Divine Ape, Devouring Black Scale Dragon have broken through. Currently, you are a rank 2 sacred lord. Since they had broken through, they could move on to the next stage. This time, Yi Xian still let the sword celestial clone move. Soon, they passed through the mountain range of ice and snow and arrived at the 4th stage of the gates of hell. Just like before, he took out the sensor token the moment he landed. However, this time, it was out of his expectations. There was a reaction from the sensor token. Prince Rong is in the northwest direction. Yi Xian's eyes widened. After searching for so long, he finally found Prince Rong. Yi Xian immediately rushed towards the northwest direction. The 4th stage of the gates of hell was called the Wild Wind stage. There would be fierce winds blowing at all times. If one was not careful, one's head would be separated from his body. In comparison, the 1st stage was much easier, even if it was the frigid ice stage and the blazing flame stage. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Xian had only run a few steps when a fierce wind appeared. Blackhorn's body was too big, so it was not easy to dodge. He accidentally lost a large piece of his flesh. It's so strong. If it hit his head, he would be dead. Yi Xian shuddered. This wind blade was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Even a rank 4 sacred venerables might not be able to withstand it. However, this did not stop Yi Xian's footsteps at all. After a while, he came to an area with relatively fewer wind blades. At this moment, the sensor token was emitting a white light. Yi Xian checked the direction and continued on his way. As long as he found Prince Rong, he would have completed half of his mission. The other half was to bring Prince Rong out of the 9th stage of the gates of hell. The light became more and more dazzling. Yi Xian looked in that direction and finally saw an ice sculpture. Oh no! Yi Xian's expression changed. Did something unexpected happen? He quickly rushed over and checked. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Tianlei had shown him Prince Rong's appearance before, but this ice sculpture was not Prince Rong. Then, why did the sensor token sense him? Yi Xian quickly put the ice sculpture into the devouring space because it was already dead. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a strange place. This was the 4th stage of the gates of hell, not the 3rd stage of the frigid ice stage. Why was there an ice sculpture here? Moreover, this ice sculpture should have been here for some time. Why was it not shattered by the wind blades? Yi Xian took out the ice sculpture again and tried it out. He discovered that the ice sculpture was actually able to block the wind blades. Which expert used an ice attribute martial art to freeze this person? Yi Xian was a little curious. Now, there was another problem. The person who froze this person was probably of a high cultivation level. He could even block the wind blades. So, how was Yi Xian going to break the layer of ice on the outside? Yi Xian put the ice sculpture into the devouring space again. In this place, he was the king. However, what surprised him was that even he could not break the layer of ice. In that case, he could only try the second method. Old Tree, try it first. Yi Xian let Old Tree do it. The latter was the infernal god Unicorn, who had extremely powerful flames. Chapter 1984. I don't believe it. Unicorn's sky-burning flame. Old Tree widened its eyes and opened its mouth, using its most powerful attack. Boom! Old Tree's most powerful attack covered the ice sculpture, but it was to no avail. How terrifying! Black Horn, try the devouring dragon's roar. Yi Xian said again. Roar! Black Horn roared at the sky and spat out a black dragon's breath at the ice sculpture. Unfortunately, the ice sculpture's defense was too strong. Even the devouring dragon's roar was useless against it. Only a 5th grade sacred venerate could do that, right? Or a 6th grade sacred venerate. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He had used the perception token to find this ice sculpture, but he could not break this ice sculpture. In that case, he would not be able to find out why the person inside the ice sculpture had Prince Rong's perception token. However, Yi Xian still had one last trump card. Celestial Sword Clone, break it. Yi Xian said again. The Celestial Sword Clone started to attack. The Celestial Sword Clone had Yi Xian's skills, which made him an invincible version of Yi Xian. Naturally, he had the ability to kill in one hit. However, this layer of ice crystals was too hard. It was unknown what level of expert had left it behind, so the Sword Immortal avatar took a long time to fix it. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had the engulfing space. One day outside was 1,000 years inside. Even so, the Celestial Sword Clone spent an entire hour in the outside world to trigger the one-hit kill effect and break the layer of ice. The Celestial Sword Clone had swung his sword countless times in the outside world. Now, he finally broke the layer of ice. Gotcha! At this moment, the ice layer had been shattered, and the corpse was exposed to the air. Yi Xian quickly went to check on it and asked Wei Zhentian to search its soul. However, the process of searching its soul took half a day in the outside world, which was about 500 years in the engulfing space. This person's cultivation level was very high. Heavens, he's a high-level sacred venerate. Yi Xian was shocked. However, Yi Xian already knew who the other party was. This person was one of the personal guards of the Vicissitudes Flame Ancient Country's Prince Rong. He had also entered the 9 stages of hell to search for Prince Rong. Previously, Yi Xian's detection token had sensed a small Dharma treasure in his body. This Dharma treasure was something that everyone in the personal guards had. In other words, Yi Xian did not sense Prince Rong this time. However, Yi Xian did benefit from the man's Cosmos Ring, which contained a lot of training resources. Gu Tianlei had also forgotten to tell Yi Xian that he had sent a team of bodyguards and other people into the 9 gates of hell. This way, they could continuously check the 9 gates of hell to see if Prince Rong was in a special place that had not been detected. Perhaps, he might even be in the 1st stage of hell. Yi Xian searched the soul of Prince Rong's personal guard. From the latter's memory, he could see that it was a white-robed man who had frozen him to this state with just one strike. Moreover, this white-robed man did not even care about his Cosmos Ring, nor was he afraid of the wind blades of the 4th stage of hell. He had directly left. This demonic spirit ancient country was really scary. They even took in an 8th grade sacred venerate and even a 9th grade sacred venerate. After the personal guard's body was absorbed into the devouring space, Yi Xian's detection token did not respond. It seemed that he had to continue the investigation. Soon, he found the path to the 5th stage of hell. It was a gale valley. The wind blades attacked at a very high frequency. Even a 4th grade sacred venerate would have a high chance of dying. Unfortunately, even if the wind blades were 10 times stronger, they could not do anything to the sword celestial clone. However, the wind blades were disorderly. The sword celestial clone was constantly repelled. It actually took him several days to pass through the Gale Valley. However, he finally passed. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation level had also increased. He had reached 8th grade Sacred King. Old Tree and Blackhorn had also broken through to 3rd grade Sacred Lord. Their cultivation levels were still too low. The faster I complete the mission of rescuing Prince Rong, the better the reward. I have been in the 9th stage of hell for a month now. If I complete it, I wonder what kind of reward I will get. Yi Xian fantasized in his heart. However, the reward was still very far away from him. At this moment, he had already arrived at the 5th stage of hell. He had just arrived and did not know what the 5th stage was, so he could only experience it for himself. He looked around but did not find anything strange. However, at this moment, a clap of thunder suddenly descended from the sky. Rumble. This clap of thunder directly struck Blackhorn's body and then transmitted to Yi Xian, who was in Blackhorn's body. In an instant, Yi Xian felt his vision turn black. He was dead. What? Dead? Yi Xian's last clone was scared out of his wits. He quickly used the time reversal skill and returned to the time before he entered the 5th stage of hell. Then, he specially went to the 4th stage of hell to investigate and found out. The 5th stage of hell was called the Thunder Stage. Those who entered the 5th stage of hell were not allowed to stay in an area for more than 3 seconds. Otherwise, lightning would strike. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he was instantly killed by the lightning. So that's how it is. So we have to keep moving. Yi Xian immediately understood. Then, he let the Sword Saint clone pass through the Gale Canyon and arrived at the 5th stage of hell again. This time, he immediately began to move, not stopping even for a single step. This stage was really strange. It was a stark contrast to the ice stage. The ice stage was too cold. Everyone was maintaining their sacred power, so they usually did not walk outside. However, in the thunder stage, one had to keep moving, so people could be seen everywhere. Prince Rong is also not at the 5th stage of hell. That means he is at the 6th stage or even later. Yi Xian had a headache. No matter what, he had to find the way to the 6th stage first. However, because he was anxious to find Prince Rong as soon as possible, he passed the stage a little too quickly. Therefore, his realm was not high enough. It was difficult for him to move people in this stage because there were people running everywhere. If he fought here, he might be targeted. At the same time, this stage would greatly limit one's movement. While moving quickly, one would not have much time to cultivate. Usually, those who passed the 9th stage of hell would have a higher realm when they were caught, so they could easily deal with it. This time, Yi Xian stayed in the Thunder stage for a few days before he found the way to the 6th stage. That place was called the Land of Lightning. There was no rule to the lightning. When it struck the ground, it would spread out. It was 10 times more terrifying than the Gale Canyon. Yi Xian used the Sword Saint clone again and easily passed this stage. He arrived at the 6th stage of hell. Chapter 1985. Compared to the 6th gate, the Thunder Gate was child's play. The environment of the 6th gate would continuously corrode a martial artist's flesh and blood. If one wanted to survive here, they would need to have a strong constitution. If Yi Xian was exposed to the air, he might not even last a second. Even with the immortal Phoenix bloodline's rapid recovery speed, it would be useless. After a second, he would be corroded into nothing. Fortunately, Black Horn, the heart of the demon dragon, and the immortal Phoenix bloodline could survive here. Unfortunately, there was still no news of Prince Rong in the 6th gate. Yi Xian started to investigate again and found the entrance to the 7th gate. What surprised him was that with his current ability, he was corroded into nothingness in less than 10 seconds after entering the dark abyss. The speed of recovery and corrosion were not proportional at all. It was an instant kill. Helpless, Yi Xian could only use the time reversal skill again to return to the past and let the sword celestial clone pass. The 8th gate of the Ghost Gate was called the Daybreak Gate. The surroundings were white and there were no other colors. It was very bright, and one would feel dizzy if one looked at it for too long. In this gate, most people had to close their eyes and move forward. Furthermore, their senses would be greatly reduced. No matter how strong one was, they would lose their way. However, this time, the sensory token in Yi Xian's hand finally reacted. Let's go. Using this reaction, Yi Xian found his way. The 7th gate of the Ghost Gate was a place that only 7th-ranked sacred venerables could enter. However, Yi Xian came here as a 9th-ranked sacred king. He was very brave. Most people's senses would be reduced here and they would not be able to open their eyes. However, Yi Xian had the help of the sword celestial clone, so his vision was wider. Coupled with the sensory token, he quickly found his target. In front of him, an old man sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. He did not move at all. He did not even notice Yi Xian approaching. I finally found him. Yi Xian looked at the old man's face and his eyes lit up. Finally, he found him. The sword celestial clone continued forward and finally stepped into the old man's perception range. Sir, please wait. Prince Rong said without opening his eyes. Senior, I was entrusted by someone to come and find you. The sword immortal avatar said. When Prince Rong heard this, he could not help but open his eyes to take a look. He realized that the sword immortal avatar's face was very unfamiliar. Who sent you? Prince Rong asked in surprise. Gu Tianlei. Yi Xian answered directly. It's him. Prince Rong immediately understood. Gu Tianlei was the #1 bodyguard of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's emperor. Since he had gone missing, Gu Tianlei was ordered to investigate. He sent quite a few people in before, but only 2 of them found me, and they're both dead. You're quite lucky to be able to find me. Prince Rong shook his head. But what's the use of finding them? We don't know the exact locations of the 9 gates of hell, so we can only rely on ourselves. Then, Senior, do you know where the entrance to the 8 gates is? Yi Xian asked. I do know, but I've been there once and almost died inside. It's already beyond my expectations that you're able to make it here. Don't tell me you want to go to the 8 gates of hell. Prince Rong nodded. He had already recovered to the 7th grade sacred venerate realm, but his strength was not enough to go to the 8 gates of hell, so it was better to stay in the 7th gate. Although he could only open his eyes for a short while here, it was not dangerous, so most people would choose to cultivate here. That's not necessarily true. If I can make it to the 7th gate, I naturally have the ability to go to the 8 gates. Senior, you just need to tell me the location. Yi Xian said. Fine, since you want to take a look, then go ahead. There's no direction here, but I know where it is. Follow me. Prince Rong said as he stood up, then turned around and walked in the direction behind him. Yi Xian hurriedly followed him. After some time, he arrived at the end of the 7th gate. It turned out that Prince Roang was able to find this place because he had a treasure that could be used to identify directions. You can't open your eyes in here. Once you do, you'll immediately pass out and your senses will be extremely low. You have to find the exit from this entrance to reach the 8 gates. Prince Roang said. I see. Yi Xian nodded, then let the sword immortal clone enter to take a look. Is this a puppet? Prince Roang reminded the sword immortal clone when he saw it. Previously, there were people who wanted to use puppets to enter, but they all lost. Senior, don't worry. This puppet of mine is not ordinary. Yi Xian only smiled. At this moment, the sword immortal clone had already entered. He had an invincible body, and his eyes had been open since the beginning. It was Prince Roang's first time seeing someone who could do this. Perhaps he could really pass the 8 gates. Although there was no direction in the 8 gates, Yi Xian could sense the sword immortal clone's location and then go in the opposite direction. Soon, he found the exit and left. There doesn't seem to be anything special about the 8th gate. Yi Xian suddenly said. Prince Roang was stunned when he heard that. He asked in shock, You passed it? Yes, but there's nothing special about the 8th gate. Yi Xian nodded. I didn't expect you to actually pass it. King Roang found it unbelievable, but he did not ask any further. He only said, I heard that the 8th stage of the Ghost Gate is an illusion stage. If one's strength is insufficient, they will fall into an illusion the moment they step in, never to wake up. I think so. I saw a few people standing in the same spot. They didn't move at all. Yi Xian nodded. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. This group of people had already fallen into the illusion. Some were laughing wretchedly, some were crying sadly, and some were even doing some kind of piston exercise. They were drunk. The sword immortal clone quickly went over and took their interspatial rings, then began to wander around. In the 8th gate, not everyone had fallen into the illusion. There were still some people with stronger minds. However, these people were cultivating in seclusion because they were already at the 8th gate. The next gate was the 9th gate. That was the last gate. Perhaps there was a way out there. If not for the fact that they wanted to leave, they would have stayed at the first gate. Why would they continue to advance? The sword immortal clone searched the 8th gate for a while and finally found the entrance to the 9th gate. The entrance to the 9th gate was actually a strengthened illusion array, but it was useless against the sword immortal clone. After a while, the sword immortal clone arrived at the 9th gate. Chapter 1986. Yi Xian didn't go over immediately. Instead, he let the sword immortal clone investigate. However, he didn't find anything special. Could it be that the 9th level was the same as the 8th? Was it an illusion level? That's why the sword immortal clone didn't find it. Just as Yi Xian was thinking about whether he should go over personally, someone suddenly approached him. How strange. It's actually a first-rank Saint Lord. An unfamiliar voice entered the sword immortal clone's ears. Yi Xian turned around and found that it was a young man. However, the young man's aura was very powerful. He was probably a 9th-rank Saint Lord. May I ask if there's any danger in this level? The sword immortal clone asked. Danger? No. The young man shook his head. There's no danger in the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. Apart from killing each other, no one else has died in this level. That can't be. This is the last level of the Ghost Gate. How can there be no danger? The sword immortal clone said in disbelief. There's indeed no danger. However, those who come to the 9th level will be trapped here and can't go out. The young man paused for a moment before continuing. Unless the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation comes to recruit, those who are willing to serve the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation can leave. The second method is to kill the Hellgate Cerberus at the end of the 9th level and escape. What's the three-headed hound's level? The Sword Immortal clone asked curiously. It's at least at the Sage Emperor level. It said that it's the master of the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. If you want to leave the 9th level, you have to kill it. However, no one has succeeded, so no one knows if it's true or not. The young man shook his head. I see. Thank you. The Sword Immortal clone nodded and thanked him. You should be just a puppet. You're actually able to control a puppet to pass the level. That's pretty impressive. The young man looked like he understood the Sword Immortal clone. He then cupped his fist and said, "Farewell." The Sword Immortal clone looked at his departing figure and narrowed his eyes. Then Yi Xian reported the situation to Prince Rong. The three-headed hound of the Ghost Gate. I've heard of it. Prince Rong recalls for a while, then says, it said that the warden of the ghost sect has raised this monster since it was a baby. It's very strong. Even CEOists of the same level might not be able to defeat it. As for the warden, he is the crown prince of the Devil Spirit ancient country. His strength is even stronger than the Hellgate Cerberus. However, very few people have seen him. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, then let's go to the 9th level of the Ghost Gate first. How do we get there? Prince Rong asked in surprise. Next, Yi Xian opened the Gate of Void. After they passed through it, they arrived at the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. It was the first time that Prince Rong, a 7th grade sacred venerate, had made it to the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. Of course, a 1st grade saint like Yi Xian was even more of a miracle. However, the 9th stage of the Ghost Gate did not only have 8th stage Holy Venerables and 9th stage Holy Venerables. There were also many Holy Lords and Holy Emperors. These people were the descendants of those who were trapped in the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. Therefore, Yi Xian's arrival was not unique. The 9th level of the Gates of Hell was not very big. Yi Xian looked around and found less than 100 high-level sacred venerates. Among them, there were more than 29th grade sacred venerates. That youth said that the Devil Spirit ancient country might send people to recruit them. As long as these people agreed, they would be used by the Devil Spirit ancient country. At that time, they would leave the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. As for those who disobeyed, they would have to continue to stay here unless they could kill the Hellgate Cerberus. After a while, Yi Xian saw the mountain-sized Hellgate Cerberus. Its terrifying aura made Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Prince Rong looked at the Hellgate Cerberus and slowly said, since the Devil Spirit ancient country wants to recruit these people, they probably won't kill them. They should only be repelling them. At this time, a person suddenly rushed toward the Hellgate Cerberus. It was a middle-aged man in blue. Yi Xian had a slight impression of him. This person was the expert who froze Prince Rong's personal guards into ice sculptures. Now that he was walking toward the Hellgate Cerberus, he might be challenging it. The Ice Emperor is finally going to challenge the Hellgate Cerberus. Let's go and see. The Devil Spirit ancient country's expert, the Ice Emperor, is finally going to make a move. The Ice Emperor is the patriarch of the Devil Spirit ancient country's Leng clan. No one knows what mistake he made, but he was sent to the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. It is said that when he was a 9th grade sacred venerate, he once fought against a sacred emperor and remained undefeated. If he can defeat the Hellgate Cerberus, he might be able to regain his freedom. However, the Hellgate Cerberus is not something an ordinary sacred emperor can compare to. Can he beat it? While those experts were talking, the Ice Emperor had already arrived in front of the Hellgate Cerberus. The Hellgate Cerberus had already noticed him and opened its 3 pairs of huge eyes. Ha! The Ice Emperor did not waste any time and directly launched an attack at the Hellgate Cerberus. Unfortunately, this attack did not even break through the Hellgate Cerberus's defense. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor could not help but stop. Although it was only one attack, he understood the difference between him and the Hellgate Cerberus. Therefore, he could only sigh and find a place to continue cultivating. Sigh, even the Ice Emperor can't break through its defense, let alone us. It's better for us to cultivate. If we can break through to the Sacred Emperor realm, maybe we can. Everyone shook their heads one after another and then went back to cultivate. As for Yi Xian, he was looking at the huge Hellgate Cerberus. Although the Sword Immortal Clone's attack was not strong, it had a one-hit kill effect. If it could be triggered, the Hellgate Cerberus would be instantly killed even if it was 10 times stronger. However, the last time Yi Xian used the Sword Immortal Clone to break through the ice layer, it took him 500 years. Now, if the Sword Immortal Clone was to attack the Sacred Emperor Cerberus, not to mention 500 years, even 1 year would be too long for Yi Xian. It's not like there's no way. As long as I can stay here for a month, there should be no problem. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He was currently only a first-rank Saint Lord and Blackhorn was a 5th-rank Saint Lord. He could only fight against a 4th or 5th-rank Saint Venerable. However, if Yi Xian stayed here for a month, he would be able to break through to the 7th-rank Saint Lord. At that time, Blackhorn would be able to fight against the Sacred Emperor Cerberus. Don't forget that Yi Xian still had the Beast God Clock. When the time came, the Hellgate Cerberus would only be able to use 20% of its strength. Next, Yi Xian found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Prince Rong did the same. Chapter 1987. As long as Prince Rong was given some time, it shouldn't be a problem for him to recover to 9th-rank Saint Venerable. However, he would need a large amount of treasures to recover to Saint Emperor. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't rely on Prince Rong. He had to rely on himself. We'll see in a month. Yi Xian thought to himself. Wasn't it just a Saint Emperor Cerberus? What was there to be afraid of? After that, Yi Xian stayed in the 9th trial of the Ghost Gate for an entire month. After a month, he broke through from 1st-rank Saint Lord to 7th-rank Saint Lord. Old Tree, Blackhorn, Heavenbreaker, and Wei Jintian all broke through to 2nd-rank Saint Emperor. Now, Blackhorn's strength was more or less enough to kill this Cerberus. I wonder if there's anyone behind this Cerberus. However, I have the time reversal skill. I'll kill it first. Yi Xian thought to himself as he summoned Blackhorn and entered his stomach. Someone is heading towards the Cerberus. Why is it only a Saint Emperor? This black dragon's aura is very different from the one I encountered before. What bloodline does it have? The experts who were trapped in the 9th level of the gates of hell were all astonished. Even Prince Rong didn't know what Yi Xian was going to do. If Blackhorn and Wei Jintian work together, it's almost impossible to kill them. However, if Wei Jintian turns into the Beast God Clock, it should be easier. Yi Xian was in Blackhorn's body. After thinking for a while, he directly attacked the Cerberus. This move was the strongest move, the Devouring Dragon's Roar. Furthermore, the Beast God Clock had also appeared. The Cerberus was instantly suppressed by 80% of its strength. The Cerberus sensed an extraordinary aura and immediately raised its head to look, only to discover a black pillar of flames shooting towards it. Roar! The Cerberus opened its 3 mouths and spat out 3 black pillars of fire. The 3 pillars of fire merged into one and collided with the Devouring Dragon's Roar. However, this attack was instantly destroyed by the Devouring Dragon's Roar. Boom! The Devouring Dragon roared as it pierced through the Cerberus's body. The devouring effect also devoured the Cerberus completely. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The Holy Emperor-level Cerberus had been insta-killed. The entire crowd was shocked. What's going on? Heavens! Even the Ice Emperor couldn't do anything to the Cerberus, but it was killed in an instant. That attack is so terrifying. It's at least 10 times stronger than the Ice Emperor's attack. The crowd was completely shocked. Yi Xian, who was inside Blackhorn's body, couldn't help but smile. He ordered Blackhorn to forcefully swallow Prince Rong. Prince Rong, I'll escort you out of here. Yi Xian did not care about the others and directly rushed through the door behind Cerberus. When that group of people saw this scene, they immediately rushed over. Previously, they were blocked by Cerberus behind this door. Now that Cerberus was dead, they might be able to leave this damned place. After Yi Xian passed through the door, he found that it was a dark place. There was no light, but this did not affect Yi Xian at all. Go to the south. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly ordered Blackhorn to go to the south. Previously, he had placed a death hunt order on Gu Tianlei. Gu Tianlei was in the south now, so that should be the Zhangyan ancient country. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward, Time Bloodline Evolution 1 time. Prince Rong was rescued, and Yi Xian's mission was completed. Perhaps because Yi Xian had been delayed for too long, the reward was not so attractive. However, this was not bad as it slowed down the speed of the devouring space. A day in the outside world was more than 2,000 years inside. This was too heaven-defying. After Yi Xian, a large number of prisoners came out of the 9 levels. It was likely that the Devil Spirit ancient country would be in chaos. I have rescued Prince Rong. Where are you? Yi Xian quickly sent a message to Gu Tianlei. What? You're out. Gu Tianlei was shocked. When he made a deal with Yi Xian, he thought that even if things went smoothly, it would take at least 10,000 years. He did not expect that Yi Xian only took a few months. This was too terrifying. Now that the Red Dragon territory has been taken over by my Zhangyan ancient country, quickly go to the Red Dragon territory. I will send someone to receive you. Gu Tianlei regained his senses and replied. Red Dragon territory. No problem. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This was the exit of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Although he did not know where it was, he could ask anyone. However, things were not that simple. At the moment when the Cerberus died, somewhere in the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, a young man suddenly opened his eyes. The Cerberus is dead. Did someone kill him? The young man raised his eyebrows. The Cerberus he mentioned was the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate, which was also his pet. And he was the warden of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Now that the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate was dead, it meant that the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate had been breached. As the warden, he naturally felt ashamed. Damn, you actually killed the Cerberus. See if I don't kill you. The young man's eyes flickered as he passed through several levels and stood in front of the gate. At this time, the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate's body had been completely devoured. There was nothing left. I am guarding the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Only those who submit to the Devil Spirit ancient country's imperial family can leave. Now that others have left, they deserve to be punished. The young man did not say anything and went through the gate, starting to chase after the escapees. With his strength, even if he fought against all of them, he would not be able to kill them easily, let alone chase after one of them. However, after he killed a few of the escapees from the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, he felt an aura. The young man raised his eyebrows and looked to the south. This aura directly attracted his attention, so he immediately chased after it. After a while, he caught up with the other party. This aura was left behind by Blackhorn. Yi Xian, who was hurrying on his way, raised his eyebrows as he suddenly felt something. He immediately asked Blackhorn to turn around. He saw a young man quickly approaching him. You're the one who killed my pet. The young man snorted coldly. Pet. Hearing this name, Yi Xian immediately reacted. Could the pet that the young man mentioned be the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate? If that was the case, this young man was the warden of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, who was also the crown prince of the Devil Spirit Ancient Country, He Jian. Chapter 1988. Did you kill Hellgate's Cerberus? The young man did not answer the question but asked again. So what if I did? Yi Xian replied coldly. Since you did, you deserve to die. The young man's eyes turned cold as he charged toward Blackhorn. I'd like to see if you're as powerful as the rumors say. Yi Xian roared and summoned his sword celestial avatar. Together with Blackhorn, they attacked He Jian together. Rumble. Both parties began to fight. Blackhorn, who had the heart of the demonic dragon, was extremely powerful. Coupled with the sword celestial avatar, it was a headache for He Jian. This person has an impossible strength. Where did he come from? He Jian frowned as he thought to himself. The demonic spirit ancient nation was just a small ancient nation. There were middle-grade and high-grade ancient nations above it. However, he felt that even a high-grade ancient nation would not be able to cultivate such a heaven-defying existence. Could it be a dojo? He Jian thought for a while and felt that it was impossible. How could there be a disciple of a dojo in the demonic spirit ancient nation? No matter what, he had to capture Yi Xian first. He Jian is indeed the #1 genius of the demonic spirit ancient nation. He's much stronger than the Cerberus. It'll be difficult for me to get to the Red Dragon Ridge if I'm entangled with him. Yi Xian thought to himself as he prepared to use the time reversal skill to return to the past. Last time, he had only stayed for a month, and then he couldn't wait to kill the Cerberus and escape from the 9 levels of the gates of hell. This time, he planned to stay for a few more days and leave after he made a breakthrough. This way, even if He Jian came, he would not be able to do anything to him. Of course, if he did that, the reward of the random mission to rescue Prince Rome would be lowered by a level. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Successfully escape and escort Prince Rome to the capital of the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation. A system notification sounded. Now, Yi Xian did not want to use the time reversal skill. My luck is good. Mission after mission. After a moment of joy, Yi Xian decided not to tangle with him anymore and turned around to leave. You want to leave? Stay. The young man exerted all his strength in an attempt to stop Yi Xian. However, he didn't know Yi Xian's background. Sword Immortal Avatar, go. Yi Xian controlled the Sword Immortal Avatar to leave, but his opponent thought nothing of it. He only attacked Blackhorn. However, with the demonic dragon's heart and the Blackhorn's physique, even if the young man was a second-rank Holy Emperor, he couldn't do anything to the Blackhorn. He could only keep pestering it. After the Sword Immortal Avatar traveled for a while, Yi Xian suddenly used a switch to switch positions with the Sword Immortal Avatar. Following that, Yi Xian got his Sword Immortal Avatar to keep Blackhorn into the devouring space before releasing him with his true body. The young man was astonished. However, he had not pursued the Sword Immortal Avatar because he could tell that it was a puppet. But now, Blackhorn had disappeared and the Sword Immortal Avatar had appeared. He couldn't figure it out. Before he could react, Yi Xian put away the peerless swords and the Sword Immortal Avatar disappeared. Damn it! Seeing this, He Jian couldn't help but curse. He then chased after Yi Xian to the south. At the same time, somewhere in the demonic spirit ancient nation. You want to catch me? You must be dreaming. Yi Xian snorted in his heart. He then glanced at the map and estimated that he would be able to enter the Red Dragon territory in about half a day. The Red Dragon territory used to be the demonic spirit ancient nation's territory. However, in the Purgatory battlefield, the Unicorn Ancient Nation supported by the Demonic Spirit Ancient Nation lost, so the Red Dragon territory was given to the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation. When Yi Xian entered the 9 gates of hell, the Red Dragon territory had already been taken over, so it was now the Ash and Flame Ancient Nation's territory. As long as he entered the Red Dragon territory, there would be someone to receive him. However, things weren't that simple. I'm finally here. After half a day, Yi Xian sighed in his heart when he saw the huge red dragon head in front of him. It seemed that he had completed his mission this time. He immediately released his sword Celestial Clone, passed through the border checkpoint between the 2 nations, and then entered the Red Dragon territory by swapping positions. However, at this moment, what a powerful aura. Everyone, be careful. The general guarding the border suddenly bellowed. The soldiers squinted their eyes and saw that the newcomer was actually a sage emperor. At the border between the 2 nations, any sage emperor experts were not allowed to enter the other nation's territory unless they were invited by the other nation. The general guarding the border had not received any news, so what was the newcomer doing here? This sage emperor was He Jian, who was chasing after Yi Xian. He quickly flashed to the front of the Red Dragon territory's wall and said in surprise, "The Ash and Flame Ancient Nation's armor. What's going on? Who are you? Tell me your name." The general guarding the border shouted. "An ant-like existence like you is not worthy to know my name." He Jian did not say anything and directly attacked. As a 2nd-grade sage emperor, he instantly killed the general who was only a 9th-grade sage venerable. He Jian had been in seclusion somewhere in the 9 gates of hell, so he did not know that the Red Dragon territory had been assigned to the Ash and Flame Ancient Nation. Now that he had killed the border general of the Ash and Flame Ancient Nation, he had already caused a huge commotion. He did not care about anything else and directly entered the Red Dragon territory to continue chasing after Yi Xian. F***CK, this guy wants to start a war between the 2 nations. Yi Xian was shocked. However, the sword Celestial Clone had already separated from him. Even if the other party came, it would be useless. Gu Tianlei, He Jian broke through the Red Dragon Pass. Yi Xian hastily sent a message to Gu Tianlei. This guy must not know about the Red Dragon territory. Delay him for a while, I will be there soon. Gu Tianlei replied. Although the other party could not do anything to Blackhorn, Yi Xian was too lazy to fight with him. He Jian, do you know that the Red Dragon territory is now the territory of the Ash and Flame Ancient Nation? Yi Xian suddenly shouted. What? He Jian was slightly surprised when he heard that. Since when did the Red Dragon territory become the territory of the Ash and Flame Ancient Nation? However, when he thought of the new border in the Red Dragon territory, he felt that something was amiss. He had already invaded the territory of the Ash and Flame Ancient Nation and even killed the border general of the Ash and Flame Ancient Nation. No matter what, you have to stay. He Jian's eyes flickered as he attacked Yi Xian again. F***CK, don't force me to use time reversal to kill you. Yi Xian scolded angrily. This time, he did not want to use time reversal. However, if He Jian was looking for death, he did not mind using it once. However, if he did that, he would not be able to complete his random mission. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. He Jian. The other party shouted angrily. When He Jian heard the voice, he immediately turned around. Chapter 1989. Gu Tianlei. He Jian couldn't help but shout. How could he not know Gu Tianlei, the favorite of the Vicissitudes Flame Ancient Country's emperor? He Jian, you have invaded my Vicissitudes Flame Ancient Country's territory. Gu Tianlei said. When did the Red Dragon territory become your Vicissitudes Flame Ancient Country's territory? He Jian couldn't help but ask. The battle in the Purgatory battlefield has ended. My Vicissitudes Flame Ancient Country won. Gu Tianlei replied. Now, He Jian understood. I don't know about that. He Jian replied coldly. Since that's the case, quickly retreat. Gu Tianlei said. No. He Jian glanced at Blackhorn and said, he killed my woman, so I'm going to capture him. Slave. Gu Tianlei was astonished when he heard this. Yi Xian killed the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate. When Gu Tianlei heard the news, he thought it was due to the help of an expert. He didn't expect it to be like this. This person entered my country to celebrate the festival. Naturally, my vicissitudes flame ancient country will deal with him. My vicissitudes flame ancient country will get to the bottom of this matter. He Jian, quickly retreat. Gu Tianlei said. He Jian wanted to speak, but in the next moment, he saw Gu Tianlei take out a communication token. Gu Tianlei's expression changed drastically. He Jian, although you don't know about this, you have killed one of my country's border generals. Since that's the case, I can only capture you. Gu Tianlei said. With just you. He Jian's eyes flickered. With just me, it's enough. Gu Tianlei didn't say anything and directly attacked. On the other side, Yi Xian immediately ordered Blackhorn to attack. He Jian couldn't do anything to him before, and now with Gu Tianlei, his chances of winning were much higher. Rumble. In an instant, both sides began to fight. However, it had to be said that He Jian was very strong. After all, he was the crown prince of the devil spirit ancient country. However, Gu Tianlei wasn't weak either, and with Blackhorn, He Jian was suppressed. It seems like there's no other way. Let's go. He Jian decisively turned around and left. It's too late to leave now. Gu Tianlei's lips curled up slightly. Hearing this, He Jian immediately turned his head and found that there were still two auras rapidly approaching. Including Gu Tianlei, there were actually 3 second-rank holy emperors. Bastard, you're trying to start a war between the two nations. He Jian shouted angrily. He could deal with Gu Tianlei and Blackhorn, but he didn't expect that there would be 2 more people from the other side to intercept him. This was going to be troublesome. Although you're the future emperor of the devil spirit ancient country, you can't trespass into my vicissitude flame ancient country's territory and kill my country's general. Naturally, I'll have to capture you and bring you back to the capital for His Majesty to deal with. Gu Tianlei's voice entered He Jian's ears. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in He Jian's mind. Could this be a scheme of the Ashen Flame ancient country? His goal was to lure him across the border. Bastard, you want to catch me? No way. He Jian cursed. Suddenly, his aura surged, scaring Gu Tianlei and the others into retreating. In the end, with a bang, He Jian's body actually exploded. He had self-destructed. Isn't He Jian a little too crazy? We're just trying to capture him. Is there a need for him to self-destruct? Gu Tianlei was shocked, but in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. No, that's just a clone, not He Jian's main body. He finally reacted. Previously, they wanted to capture He Jian to extort a sum of money. After all, He Jian had killed one of the vicissitude flame ancient country's border generals. However, He Jian's self-destruction was illogical. That was why Gu Tianlei checked carefully. Sure enough, it wasn't He Jian's main body. Speaking of which, Yi Xian had successfully sent Prince Rong to the vicissitude flame ancient country's territory. However, the random mission requirement was to send Prince Rong back to the capital. Hence, the mission had yet to be completed. Subsequently, Yi Xian released Prince Rong. Greetings, Prince Rong. Gu Tianlei and the others immediately cupped their fists and greeted Prince Rong. Rise! Prince Rong said. Then, his gaze fell on the Sword Celestial's clone and said, This young man is young and capable. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to leave the 9 gates of hell. I must reward him handsomely. Gu Tianlei did not expect Yi Xian to be able to rescue Prince Rong. However, when he thought of Yi Xian's talent, he was a little speechless. Could this young man be a disciple of the dojo who came here to train? Gu Tianlei had some doubts in his heart. However, it was better to wait until they reached the capital. They immediately started their journey. In less than 2 days, Yi Xian arrived at the capital of the vicissitude flame ancient country. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward, Sword Celestials Descent Advancement 1 time. The system notified. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard the system's notification. The reward this time was really generous. The Sword Celestials Descent Advancement would increase his combat strength by a lot. If he used the single Sword Celestial Ascension, the chances of triggering the one-hit kill effect would also be higher. Awesome! One should know that he had already upgraded the one with the sword and the Sword Celestial's Descent Advancement. From now on, he would need to consume 6 Devour points for every upgrade. In other words, this random mission was equivalent to 6 Devour points. However, if he wanted to continue upgrading, he would need 9 Devour points. Gu Tianlei and Prince Rong brought Yi Xian into the palace and met the Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country. Although the Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country was only a first-grade sacred emperor, he was adept at governing the country and was well-liked by the people. Confer upon Yi Xian the rank of first-grade consecrator. Bestow upon him a mansion in the palace and beautiful women. The Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country was not stingy. He directly rewarded Yi Xian with a lot of things that were enough for him to cultivate to a high-level sacred venerable. However, it was a pity that he was not interested in such things. Imperial brother, Yi Xian's talent is not something that an ordinary person can compare to. Don't you think it's too tacky to just give him these things? At this time, Prince Rong suddenly said. You mean? The Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country was stunned. If I remember correctly, the disciples of my vicissitude flame ancient country's imperial family will be heading to the Golden Feather training ground soon, right? Prince Rong said. That's right. Imperial brother, do you mean to let Yi Xian take one of the spots? The Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country asked. That's right. With Yi Xian's talent, even the top genius of my vicissitude flame ancient country will be overshadowed by him. He will definitely be able to obtain one of the spots and even pass the training grounds test. Prince Rong nodded. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, what's a training ground? You don't know. Prince Rong turned around in astonishment. He thought that Yi Xian was a disciple of the training ground. Otherwise, how could he be so monstrous? Chapter 1990. Never heard of it. Yi Xian shook his head. Prince Rong was shocked. If Yi Xian didn't come from a dojo, where else could nurture such a genius? Fighting across 2 realms was simply too dangerous. If he joins the Golden Feather Dojo, he'll definitely become the most dazzling star of the Golden Feather Dojo. Then, our Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom will rise as well. The Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's Emperor, Prince Rong, and Gu Tianlei all thought so. At this time, Gu Tianlei explained to Yi Xian, both our Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom and Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom are established around the Golden Feather Dojo. The Golden Feather Dojo is a colossus. It's said that they have half-step Dao Lord experts. Of course, the Golden Feather Dojo we're talking about is just a branch established on the second heaven. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned again and said in shock, the second heaven, again, the heavens have a total of 9 heavens. The place we're at now is the first heaven, and the Golden Feather Dojo branch is at the second heaven. The second heaven is much better than the first heaven. The treasures, environment, opportunities, and so on are all incomparable to the first heaven. Prince Rong explained. The 9th heaven. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time he'd seen such a thing. We don't know much about the 9th heaven, but it said that the Golden Feather Dojo's headquarters is one of the top forces in the third heaven. The Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's emperor said. Then, what's the half-step Dao Lord Realm? Yi Xian asked again. After the Sage Emperor Realm, one begins to touch the Heavenly Dao. Half-step Heavenly Lord, Invincible Heavenly Lord, and half-step Dao Lord is after the Invincible Heavenly Lord Realm. This realm isn't something we can understand. The Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's emperor shook his head. I see. Yi Xian nodded slightly and stopped asking. After all, he was only a Saint Lord right now. After the Saint Lord, there were Saint Emperors, and Saint Emperors. He was too far away from that realm. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's emperor added, since that's the case, it's settled then. At that time, Yi Xian, you and the elites of our Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family will proceed to the Dao Plaza together to participate in the examination. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Xian thanked him. He originally thought that he was almost at the peak of the world, but he didn't expect that it was only the tip of the iceberg. But this was also good. He had only just started to warm up after cultivating until now. She wondered how powerful he would be when he broke through to that realm. After that, Yi Xian settled down in the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial palace. Due to He Jian's previous trespass, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country had pressured the Devil Spirit Ancient Country and demanded a sum of compensation. The Devil Spirit Ancient Country was a little sad. Not only were they forced to pass the 9 gates of hell, but He Jian's clone was also destroyed. It was equivalent to having one of their teeth broken. They could only swallow it. For the next period of time, Yi Xian rested in his own residence. As time passed, his cultivation continued to rise. 10 days later. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Saint Lord. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Sky-Splitting Divine Ape, Devouring Black-Scaled Dragon. Currently, you are a 4th grade Saint Emperor. After breaking through, their strength had greatly increased. If the current Yi Xian were to go crazy, no one in the entire Ashen Flame Ancient Country would be able to stop him. However, he didn't lack cultivation resources now. Therefore, he didn't go berserk and destroy the entire Ashen Flame Ancient Country. At the same time, he couldn't be bothered to go to the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. Soon, it was time. Today, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's team was ready to set off. They were preparing to head to the end of the first heaven, where the path to the second heaven was. When Yi Xian arrived at the gathering point, he saw the elites of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family staring at him. I heard that the black dragon behind him has the strength to fight with the 9th stage prison warden, He Jian. That's too terrifying. Could it be that he was nurtured by a mid or high-grade ancient country? He will definitely pass the test and enter the Golden Feather training ground. We must curry favor with him later. Who knows, he might take care of us. These elites of the imperial family weren't old, but the strongest among them was already a 9th grade Saint Venerable, which just happened to meet the requirements of the Golden Feather training ground. Although the strongest was Blackhorn, Yi Xian was definitely not easy to deal with since he could tame such a black dragon. Even if he was just a 9th grade Saint Lord, he still couldn't be underestimated. Indeed, if Yi Xian went all out, his strength wouldn't be any weaker than the old tree. Although he couldn't be compared to Blackhorn, he could still deal with these elites of the imperial family. After all, he was a super genius that had passed the 18th floor of the Tower of Trials. If he had a little more time, he might be able to challenge the 19th floor. Whoosh! 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 At this time, a golden rock suddenly descended from the sky. There were several figures on its back, and Gu Tianlei was among them. This is the only Saint Emperor level Saint Beast in our Pale Flame Ancient Country. This time, it will be carrying us to the teleportation point of the second heavens. The elites of the imperial family recognized it. All right, come on up. Gu Tianlei shouted. Then, the group of elites all jumped on the golden rock's back. However, Yi Xian didn't. Blackhorn was 100 times stronger than this golden rock. Why would he need it to carry them? Gu Tianlei didn't say anything. He felt that Yi Xian's strength had increased a lot after 10 days. He was afraid that even he wouldn't be his opponent. Then, the group of people started to hurry on their journey. 2 days later, the group of people arrived at a teleportation point. The Golden Feather Training Grounds emissary should have already arrived at the teleportation point. When they were done with the teleportation, they saw the people from the Golden Feather Training Ground waiting for them. Greetings, emissary. Gu Tianlei immediately led Yi Xian and the others to greet the emissary. This time, the emissary was a middle-aged man. Although his appearance was ordinary, he didn't have the slightest bit of aura. So strong, he's at least a high-level Saint Emperor. Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, even a high-level Saint Emperor wouldn't be enough. After all, even the Second Heaven's Golden Feather Training Grounds branch had Heavenly Monarch Realm experts. Pale Flame Ancient Country, huh? Let's wait first. The emissary shouted. Gu Tianlei was stunned, but he didn't ask any questions. He stood there and waited. A while later, another group of people landed. When Gu Tianlei took a closer look, he realized that they were from the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. Your 2 countries are the last group, go. After the emissary finished speaking, he casually slashed at the sky. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. The sky actually cracked open. Go. Before they could react, they were surrounded by a mass of energy, and then rose rapidly. Chapter 1991. It turned out that the middle-aged man was not a high-level Saint Emperor, but a half-step Heavenly Lord. Only half-step Heavenly Lords and above could break the heavens and bring everyone from the first heaven to the second heaven without the need to go through a transmission formation. This is too terrifying. He actually has the means to break the heavens. Is this the strength of a half-step Heavenly Lord? Yi Xian looked at the dark surroundings and could not help but think. This was the space between the first heaven and the second heaven. There was nothing here. Yi Xian originally thought that they would have to pass through the starry sky. He did not expect that it would be complete darkness. Therefore, he thought that the universe might be after the 9th heaven. However, there was still a distance between the first heaven and the second heaven. Although there was an expert leading the way, they still took a few days to see the light. After a while, the second heaven were finally here. Yi Xian and the others' vision shook. The Saint Chi here was more than 10 times denser than the first heaven. Next is the initial test. Each of you will attack me once. If you meet the standard, you can join the Golden Plume Training Ground, said the Training Ground envoy. As soon as he said that, some people were puzzled. Why not take the test at the first heaven? What if they did not pass the test? Sir Envoy, what if we don't pass the test? Someone asked. If you don't pass the test, you can become a servant. If you have some achievements in the future, you can be promoted to a disciple, replied the Training Ground envoy. The test was very simple. It was to test one's attack power. Of course, everyone knew that the standard of the test would change according to their cultivation level. Then, someone walked out and attacked the dojo emissary. This was an 8th grade Saint Venerable, an elite of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family. If he attacked with his full strength, he could kill a 9th grade Saint Venerable. However, to everyone's surprise, unqualified. After he finished attacking, the Training Ground envoy said. Such a powerful attack, but he did not pass. It seemed that the Training Ground was very strict in its recruitment. Then, a ninth-grade Saint Venerable walked out and attacked with an attack that could threaten a Saint Emperor. Barely qualified. Hearing that person grinned. Then, the people of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country and the Devil Spirit Ancient Country walked out one after another and started attacking. In addition to the unqualified, the evaluation of barely qualified was heard. At this time, the first elite of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country walked out and attacked the training ground envoy. Boom! Although the attack was easily dispersed by the emissary, it still made him raise an eyebrow and say, qualified. Previously, it was always fail and barely pass. Now, he finally heard pass. However, behind this elite from the Ashen Flame Ancient Country was a young man from the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. Hoo. That youth was only a rank 9 Holy Exalted, but his attacks were extremely powerful. Not bad. The eyes of the envoy lit up as he made a comment. That's right, it's clearly higher than passing. Strange, who is this? Why haven't I heard of him before? Me too, there doesn't seem to be such a person, right? Could it be a hidden genius of the Devil Spirit Ancient Country? The elites of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country were discussing in low voices. At this time, the young man from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom suddenly turned towards Yi Xian and smiled. You smiled at me. What does that mean? Yi Xian was puzzled. He didn't recognize this young man at all. This was the first time they had met, yet the other party was smiling at him. What was he trying to do? Could it be that this young man was a freak with a homosexual fetish? Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder and turned his head away. After a while, most of the people were done with the test. There were less than 10 people who barely passed. Yi Xian paused for a moment before he walked out. Rank 9 Holy Exalted, the envoy was a little surprised. The weakest among the people here was a high-level Holy Emperor. Now that there was a high-level Holy Exalted, would there be a surprise? Because this was a test, Yi Xian couldn't let Blackhorn make a move. However, his strength wasn't weak either. Slaughter form. Sword Immortal Descent. Single Sword Immortal Ascension. Yi Xian directly opened up his firepower and charged towards the envoy. Swish. With a flash of white light, the single-kill sword in Yi Xian's hand was caught by the envoy's 2 fingers. However, the envoy's expression was very interesting. A rank 9 Holy Exalted can actually display the combat strength of a Holy Emperor. The envoy was shocked. This was a battle that was more than a dozen realms higher. Even those elites just now were only 1 or 2 realms higher. However, Yi Xian was more than a dozen realms higher. Terrifying. Everyone present was scared out of their wits. At first, the people from the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation looked down on Yi Xian. But now, no one dared to do so. Yi Xian's attack had the power to kill most of them. Sword Immortal Descent has evolved once and its power has increased greatly. Fortunately, it didn't kill the envoy instantly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He was a rank 9 Holy Exalted while the envoy was a half-step Heavenly Exalted. There was a difference of a few realms between them. If he could kill the envoy instantly, he would have to use up his lifetime of luck. I give this attack the highest evaluation, special grade. The envoy couldn't help but say. Once this was said, everyone was shocked. However, this evaluation wasn't enough for Yi Xian. After all, even the Golden Plume Palace wouldn't expect someone to surpass them by more than a dozen realms. Therefore, this evaluation was far from enough. What a terrifying attack. I'm 2 realms higher than him, but his attack is actually stronger than mine. Who is this person? When did such a genius appear in the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation? Could he be from a high-ranked ancient nation? Not to mention a high-ranked ancient nation, even the Golden Plume Palace wouldn't be able to find such a genius. Maybe he just cultivated a super powerful martial art. Once he breaks through, his ability to challenge those with higher realms will be greatly reduced. The people from the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation couldn't help but discuss in private. Even the people from the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation were the same. They didn't expect Yi Xian to be so heaven-defying. Before this, they didn't know much about Yi Xian. They only knew that Yi Xian's black dragon could fight with the Ghost Gate's 9th stage warden, He Jian. Who would have thought that Yi Xian's strength would be so strong? At the same time, among the people from the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation, there was a person whose eyes were emitting killing intent. It was the young man who was given a good evaluation by the envoy. This brat's strength is actually so strong. If he cooperated with me that day, I wouldn't have to run away. The young man thought in his heart. At this time, what's your name? Chapter 1992. Messenger, my name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. I didn't expect to see a genius like you in the first layer of heaven. It's really a blessing that my golden feather training ground has cultivated for countless years. I reckon that if the experts in the training ground were to know about this, you would definitely become the target of their competition, said the emissary. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback when he heard this. To be accepted as a disciple by an expert? That didn't seem to be necessary, right? Due to his low cultivation level, he didn't lack cultivation resources. What he lacked was time. Being accepted as a disciple by an expert of the training ground would bring him unnecessary trouble. For example, if he broke through too quickly, he might meet someone like Zhou Zhang, his first master in the mortal world. He suddenly remembered that Zhou Zhang had tried to possess his body and was killed by him instead. I lack time, so there's no need to show such heaven-defying talent. Yi Xian thought to himself and used the time reversal skill. Time returned to the time when he first met the messenger. Then, he was brought to the second heaven and started the test. This time, he didn't show such heaven-defying strength. He just passed the test. This way, he wouldn't attract attention. Alright, is there anyone who doesn't pass the test and wants to go back? Asked the messenger symbolically. However, no one answered. Speaking of which, even being a servant was better than being an emperor in a low-level ancient country. After all, the Golden Feather Training Ground was a colossus. The headmaster of the training ground was a half-step Dao Lord. This Dao Field envoy brought Yi Xian and the others all the way to the Golden Feather Dao Field a few days later. Yi Xian was now a first-rank Holy Emperor, while Old Tree and the others were fifth-rank Holy Emperors. Although they could fight against high-level Holy Emperors, their strength was still insufficient in the Golden Feather Training Ground. The area you're in belongs to Kanglin Island. When the time comes, someone will answer your questions. Let's go. After the dojo emissary finished speaking, he placed everyone on an island and left. As soon as they landed, two people walked over. It's the Crown Prince. The people from the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation immediately recognized him. The first prince of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country, Gu Feng, had joined the Golden Feather Training Ground a long time ago. Currently, he was already a fourth-grade Holy Emperor. Then, he took the elites of the imperial family away. As for the other person, he took the people of the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom away. After entering the Golden Feather Dao Ground, all the people from our area would come to the Green Orchid Island. The island master of the Green Orchid Island is called Huijin, and he is the crown prince of the Dual Polarity Ancient Kingdom. He has touched the Heavenly Dao and is now a half-step Heavenly Lord. The Crown Prince of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country said. Everyone was new here, so they listened attentively. Blue Orchid Island is a bit different from the other islands because it was recently established. There are many places on the island, such as the Martial Skill Pavilion, the Cultivation Pagoda, etc. However, these places must be opened. When the Green Orchid Island was first established, these places were not opened yet. After that, more and more disciples joined the island and opened up these places. Now, the Martial Skill Pavilion, the Cultivation Pagoda, and other places have been opened to the third floor. These are all thanks to Senior Huijin's efforts. When the Crown Prince of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country finished speaking, everyone was surprised. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. Your Highness, how can we raise the level of these places? Someone immediately asked. In the center of the Green Orchid Island, there is a Golden Feather Island pass. As long as we can overcome the first pass, the first seal on those places will be unlocked, and the protective array will be activated. Every time we overcome a pass, one seal will be unlocked. Gu Feng replied. I see. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. In that case, as long as the fourth pass is not overcome, there will be no changes to the Green Orchid Island. The Saint Chi on the Green Orchid Island is too abundant. I estimate that I can cultivate to the Holy Emperor realm in less than 100 years. Can we ask those powerful senior brothers to help us overcome the passes? Gu Feng replied, You can, but you will need to pay them. Those senior brothers from the other islands like to bully new disciples like us. They will definitely ask for a high reward. That's right. It's better to overcome it ourselves. Everyone nodded. Gu Feng then led them to his residential area in the Ashen Flame Ancient Country. At the same time, Yi Xian also found out that there were hundreds of elite disciples from other ancient countries on the Green Orchid Island. The Ashen Flame Ancient Country was just a low-ranked ancient country. It was insignificant here. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the entire Green Orchid Island began to tremble. Sea beasts are attacking the protective array. A loud shout was heard. Then, the experts on the Green Orchid Island leaped into the air and flew toward the source of the tremors. Your Highness, this is, someone immediately asked in confusion. Our Golden Feather training ground is built in the middle of the sea. Some sea beasts will attack the island from time to time. That's why we need the protective array. Gu Feng paused for a moment and said, If our protective array is not strong enough, this island will remain silent in the sea. At that time, we will be expelled from the Golden Feather training ground. Expelled from the Golden Feather training ground. Everyone was shocked to hear that. That's right. We will be expelled from the Golden Feather training ground. However, this is already good enough. If powerful sea beasts attack the island, it will be difficult to survive. It said that there was once a person who provoked an advanced half-heavenly Lord Realm Saint Beast in the sea. He was chased all the way back to the island. In the end, their island was devoured by a group of beasts that chased after them. No one survived. After hearing Gu Feng's words, everyone could not help but shudder. It seemed that there was still danger in the Golden Feather training ground. However, with their current cultivation level, they were unable to interfere in a battle of this level. Fortunately, the strength of the Green Orchid Island was not bad among the new islands. The group of attacking sea beasts was quickly annihilated. By the way, if you have a large number of sea beasts' corpses, you can also upgrade the level of the island. If you kill sea beasts, you can choose to hand them over to the Golden Feather training ground. Not only will you obtain heavenly treasures, but as long as you meet the requirements, the level of the island will be upgraded. Gu Feng reminded them and left. The Golden Feather training ground advocated self-cultivation unless one had a heaven-defying aptitude. Chapter 1993. If he was in the cultivation tower, it would be 10,000 times faster. Moreover, there were places on the island like the Martial Skills Pavilion that were open to the public for free. Unfortunately, this didn't have the slightest bit of strength for Yi Xian. This was because he didn't need to cultivate, nor did he need to practice any martial arts. However, at this moment, ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Upgrade Kanglan Island's level. A system notification rang out. Upgrade Kanglan Island's level. And there's no reward. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. From his previous experience, he knew that once a random mission was triggered, as long as the reward was not immediately displayed, it meant that it was related to the completion of the mission. The time limit was 1 month. After 1 month, the higher the level of Kanglan Island, the greater the reward Yi Xian would receive. Gu Feng had said that if he wanted to upgrade Kanglan Island's level, he would have to conquer Jinyu Island Pass and submit a large number of sea monster corpses to Jinyu Palace. Yi Xian thought about it for a moment. With his current cultivation, it was probably impossible for him to pass the 4th stage of the Golden Feather Island Pass. After all, even Huizhen, who was half a step into the Heavenly Monarch realm, was unable to do so. However, if he wanted to upgrade such a large island, he would need an astronomical number of sea monster corpses. Therefore, Yi Xian hesitated. Let's take a look at Jinyu Island Pass first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He asked the senior brothers around him about the location of Jinyu Island Pass and then walked over. After a while. Jinyu Island Pass is to enter a new island and keep defending it. Then, we will kill the sea monsters that are attacking Kanglan Island. If the number of sea monsters guarding the island reaches a certain level, we will fail. Yi Xian thought to himself. The first level was to face 10,000 3rd-grade Divine Emperor sea monsters attacking Kanglan Island. The second level was to face 10,000 6th-grade Divine Emperor sea monsters. The third level was to face 10,000 9th-grade Divine Emperor sea monsters. If this pattern continued, then the 4th stage would be 10,000 3rd-grade half-step Heavenly Lord Realm sea beasts. It was said that Huizhen had just become a half-step Heavenly Lord. Therefore, it would not be easy for him to fend off so many sea monsters. One had to know that only 10 people could challenge the island pass at a time. Of course, if there were 10 experts like Huizhen, they would definitely be able to pass the 4th test. If we invite a few half-heavenly lords to help us pass the 4th test, Kanglan Island will be upgraded to level 4. The facilities on the island will be upgraded as well. Everyone will be able to cultivate faster and earn back the money we spent on hiring people. However, I heard that Huizhen has a strong ego and has no intention of hiring people. Yi Xian thought to himself as he left Jinyu Island Pass. Although he had broken through to the 1st-rank Holy Emperor, his strength was only at the low-rank Holy Emperor level. Even Blackhorn was only at the mid-rank Holy Emperor level. If that was the case, it would not be enough to clear the 4th stage of Jinyu Island Pass. Looks like I'll have to make a breakthrough first. Once my cultivation is higher, I'll be able to do it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and returned to his residence. Although his cultivation was different from others, there was no need for him to use this period of time to hunt sea beasts. After all, the effect of this was negligible. Time slowly passed. Half a month later. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 4th-rank Holy Emperor. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Skybreaking Ape God, and Devouring Black Scale Dragon have made a breakthrough. Host is now a 8th-rank Holy Emperor. Yi Xian and the others were more than 10 times stronger than they were half a month ago. Blackhorn's strength was estimated to be at the 9th-rank Holy Emperor level now. However, the people in Jinyu Island Pass were all elites. Their ability to challenge those of a higher rank would be greatly reduced. However, during this half a month, Yi Xian came up with an idea. However, this idea could only be carried out by the Island Lord of Kanglan Island. Yi Xian immediately went to Huizhen's residence to look for him. As the Island Lord of Kanglan Island, Huizhen must have many ancient countries under him. However, Yi Xian was stopped on his way. "Who are you looking for?" asked a young man. "I'm looking for Senior Huizhen," replied Yi Xian directly. Senior Huijin, do you think you can find him just because you want to get lost? The young man's expression immediately changed and he chased Yi Xian away. When Yi Xian heard this, it seemed that he could not be kind anymore. He had to fight his way in. However, at this moment, the young man suddenly raised an eyebrow. You're from the Ashen Flame ancient country. So what if I am? Asked Yi Xian in return. Nothing. Die. The young man's sudden attack caught Yi Xian off guard. Although this was Kanglan Island, they were still part of Jinyu Island. How could they allow their disciples to kill each other? Of course not. However, there was no one else around. When the young man saw that Yi Xian was only a holy emperor, he wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he had provoked the wrong person. Pfft. After a flash of sword light, the young man's head was chopped off by Yi Xian. He died tragically in an instant. He definitely did not expect that he could not even deal with Yi Xian, a 4th-grade holy emperor, when he was only a 4th-grade holy emperor. Let me see why you want to kill me. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He asked Wei Jintian to transform into the beast god Bel and searched the young man's soul. After that, he finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the young man was from the Devil Spirit ancient country and the one who ordered him to kill him was He Jian. Devil Spirit ancient country, huh? If I have the time, I'll go back and destroy you. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked in. This was near Huijin's residence. There were many experts here. Yi Xian would definitely be intercepted. He had no choice but to fight his way in. Rumble. A series of loud noises rang out. The people on Kanglan Island were shocked. There was someone who dared to fight on Kanglan Island. Didn't he know that Senior Huijin had forbidden it? Hey, how dare you ignore Senior Huijin's rules? You're courting death. Where did this trash come from? How dare you trespass? Everyone, be careful. This person is very strange. The group of experts surrounded Blackhorn. At this moment, Yi Xian had already hidden in Blackhorn's body. Blackhorn was only a holy emperor. Everyone did not take him seriously. However, the strength he displayed was very shocking. In the blink of an eye, he had defeated several high-level holy emperors. The commotion was extremely loud. Naturally, it attracted Huijin's attention. He quickly rushed out and saw the battle. An 8th-grade holy emperor fighting dozens of high-level holy emperors alone. Huijin was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. In the past, he was only an 8th-grade holy emperor. At most, he could fight against a 5th-grade holy venerate. However, this black dragon was more than 10 levels higher. It was too terrifying. Everyone, stop. Chapter 1994. You're finally out. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he watched Huijin, who emitted the aura of an expert, approach. Who are you? Why are you trespassing? Huijin couldn't help but ask. Me? I'm also from Golden Orchid Island. I'm here to discuss a collaboration with you. Yi Xian said slowly. Collaboration. Huijin was confused. It's simple. I can help you deal with the 4th obstacle. Yi Xian said. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Even Senior Huijin couldn't do it. You? Some people couldn't believe it. Although Yi Xian's strength was shocking, it was the 4th obstacle of Golden Feather Island. There were 10,000 sea beasts that were equivalent to 3rd-grade half-heavenly lords. Even one of them was enough to kill everyone except Huijin, let alone 10,000. However, Huijin asked curiously, what do you have in mind? I have a Dharma treasure that can suppress 80% of the sea beast's combat strength. At the same time, I have countless puppets that can fend off the sea beasts and give you time to kill them all. Yi Xian replied. A Dharma treasure. Hua Zhen was intrigued when he heard this. Suppressing 80% of the sea beasts' combat strength and suppressing all the sea beasts would greatly reduce the difficulty of their mission. However, this was too ridiculous. He wanted to test it out. He immediately sent someone to capture a sea beast. Yi Xian took out the beast god clock and suppressed 80% of the sea beast's combat strength. We can challenge Golden Feather Island at any time. There's no limit to the number of times we can challenge it. However, the fourth obstacle is too dangerous. Once something unexpected happens, there will be casualties. Hua Zhen thought of this again, so she was still hesitating. What do you want in exchange for working with me? Hua Zhen asked. Pass Golden Feather Island and raise the level of Golden Orchid Island. Everyone will benefit. As for the reward, you can decide for yourself. Yi Xian said casually. Right now, he was not lacking in worldly treasures. Hua Zhen was a half-step Heavenly Lord realm expert. He reckoned that he could easily cultivate to the Saint Emperor realm, or even a mid-level Saint Emperor realm expert. Awesome! Hua Zhen's eyes lit up. If that's the case, why don't we give it a try? If you pass, you'll be the Vice Island Master of Kanglin Island. If it wasn't for Yi Xian, then according to Hua Zhen's own estimates, this fourth trial would still take 10,000 years. However, if they could pass the test now, they would be able to save 10,000 years. Everyone would be able to enjoy the benefits of a Grade 4 island 10,000 years earlier. Then, they would be able to widen the gap between them and the new islands and become the overlords of the new islands. After that, Hua Zhen led 8 9th-rank Saint Emperors and Yi Xian to Jinyu Island. They had already passed the first 3 stages, and they had been stuck at the 4th stage for many years. If they could pass it this time, it would definitely be good news. Only 10 people can pass the test. Although your dragon is strong, but, before Hua Zhen could finish, Yi Xian interrupted him. My doppelganger can go in. Black Cove won't take up a spot. Alright, let's go in. Hua Zhen activated the teleportation formation without hesitation. After a while, they arrived at a new scene. It was still an island. It is said that this Gold Feather Island Pass is a super sacred tool, and it is not an illusion array. These sea beasts were all captured by the Gold Feather Palace, so there might be danger. If there is danger, just shout, give up, and this sacred tool will send us back. Hua Zhen said to Yi Xian. Understood. Yi Xian had already summoned his sword Immortal Doppelganger and Black Cove. Rumble. Just then, the island began to tremble. The sea beast's attacks will increase bit by bit. The first wave will only be 100. Hua Zhen said. With their strength, they should be able to handle the first wave. After all, they were the elites of Jinyu Palace. How could they not handle the first wave? The other 8 were also carefully selected by him. They all knew how to form a battle formation, so they could kill the sea beasts faster than ordinary people. At this time, Wei Zhentian had turned into the beast god Bell and was guarding the center of the island. After a while, some sea beasts climbed onto the island and charged at them. However, when they entered the beast god Bell's range, their speed dropped sharply, and their combat strength dropped by 80%. Just as I thought. Kill. Hua Zhen's eyes lit up, and he immediately charged out. At the same time, Yi Xian summoned countless immortal slaying puppets and immortal eliminating arrows. Hum. The beast god Bell began to make a faint sound. The beast god Bell not only suppressed the sea beast's combat strength, but also had a chance of controlling them. While Hua Zhen and the others were killing the sea beasts, the beast god Bell kept ringing, causing the sea beasts to suffer and their combat strength to drop again. Soon, the 100 sea beasts in the first wave were all killed. Brother Yi Xian, your Dharma treasure is so powerful. With it, we might be able to pass the fourth stage. This new island group is mostly third-class islands. If we can upgrade to fourth-class islands, the other islands will definitely be taken over by us. Yes, by then, our Kenlan Island will become stronger and stronger. Everyone nodded. In this new island group, there were dozens of new islands. Everyone wanted to upgrade to fourth-class islands first. If Kenlan Island was the first to upgrade to fourth-class island, the disciples of the surrounding islands would choose to join Kenlan Island. Even the island owners might abandon their islands to join them. We can't let our guard down. The first wave only had 100 sea beasts, the second wave had 200, and so on. There will be 14 waves of sea beasts. The first 13 waves have a total of 9,100 sea beasts, and the last wave has 900 sea beasts and 1 sea beast king. We must kill the sea beasts as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there are too many of them, we might fail before the sea beast king appears. Huazhen said. Yes, senior brother. Everyone nodded and began to wait quietly. Although this island was not big, it had a much wider range than the beast god Bell. Therefore, Yi Xian could only stay in the center. As for Huazhen and the others, they were at the edge of the range. They would attack as soon as the sea beasts stepped into this area. I need to summon more immortal slaying puppets and immortal eliminating arrows to kill the sea beasts quickly. Yi Xian thought to himself. With the devouring space and the support of countless sacred beasts, he could fill up the slaughter mark whenever he wanted to. In this way, he could summon countless immortal slaying puppets and immortal eliminating arrows. Although the immortal slaying puppets were not as strong as the others, they had the advantage of numbers. Chapter 1995. Soon, the second wave of sea beasts was defeated. Not a single one was left. That's terrifying. Brother Yi Xian is not only a beast tamer, but also a puppet master. He can control so many puppets at the same time. That's terrifying. There must be more than 10,000 of them, right? Looks like we might be able to pass the fourth stage this time. The surrounding people laughed. However, this was not the time to relax. They had to quickly recover their saint power and prepare for the next wave of attacks. After a while, the third wave of 300 sea beasts arrived. However, this time, Yi Xian had already stacked the number of immortal slaying puppets to 30,000. Kill! These immortal slaying puppets attacked the sea beasts as soon as they entered the range of the beast god clock. After a while, all the sea beasts were annihilated. Moreover, the group also obtained a large number of sea beasts' corpses. These could be used to exchange for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After all, these were the corpses of third-stage half-heavenly lords. As for Yi Xian, he also collected a lot of corpses. However, he did not plan to exchange them. He planned to collect them and let Wei Xintian transform them into the thousand-beast cauldron. He would then refine these corpses into thousand-beast pills. Although Blackhorn's realm was almost fixed, Luo Luo could continue to consume the thousand-beast pills. Furthermore, with the devouring space flow, Luo Luo could increase her cultivation rapidly. However, this would have to wait until later. With Yi Xian around, the first wave of sea beasts was nothing to be afraid of. However, after the 10th wave, things became a little more difficult. The 10th wave consisted of 1,000 sea beasts. Yi Xian's immortal slaying puppets and celestial extinguishing arrows had a time limit. Hence, the sea beasts began to pile up. When there were only 100 sea beasts left in the 10th wave, the 11th wave arrived. Then, there were only 300 sea beasts left. When the 12th wave arrived, the total number of sea beasts exceeded 1,500. The fourth stage of Goldfeather Island had a limit of 2,000 sea beasts. In other words, when the 13th wave arrived, there could not be more than 700 sea beasts on the island. Otherwise, they would fail the challenge. Everyone, let's work harder. Huozhen shouted. Although there was pressure, they were motivated. After all, they only made it through the first wave. And now, it was the 12th wave. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they were, they still couldn't resist so many sea beasts. After all, these were third-grade half-heavenly lords. Even if their strength was reduced by 80%, they were still extremely powerful. Therefore, they still failed. Hua! When the 2000th sea beast landed on the island, everyone turned into a ray of white light and returned to Kanglan Island. Sigh, I still failed. I thought we could make it to the 13th batch. But it's still very impressive. We only managed to survive one wave last time. Now, we've faced 12 waves. If we challenge a few more times, it might be enough. Yes, it's all thanks to Brother Yi Xian this time. I feel like we'll be able to clear the 4th stage very soon. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian. 5 days later, we will challenge again. At that time, we will definitely be able to pass. Yi Xian said solemnly. He didn't help much this time, but he would be able to make a breakthrough in 5 days. At that time, he would be of some help. Most importantly, Black Horn's strength would increase by leaps and bounds in 5 days. Moreover, Luo Luo might be able to participate in the battle. At that time, they would definitely be able to annihilate all the sea beasts. At that time, they would only need to deal with the Sea Beast King. Why 5 days later? Huozhen asked curiously. You'll know in 5 days. Yi Xian said and turned to leave. However, at this time, someone suddenly rushed over and said, Senior Brother Hua, an inner elder passed by just now and accepted a disciple. Who? Huozhen raised his eyebrows and asked in shock. There were countless outer islands in Golden Plume Training Ground. At the same time, there was also an inner area where the talented geniuses would be brought to cultivate. Who would have thought that an inner elder would take a liking to a genius on Kanglan Island? I heard that he's from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom. His name is He Jian. The disciple replied. He Jian. When Yi Xian heard this name, his body trembled. He Jian. Why is that guy on Kanglan Island? Yi Xian was surprised. That day, He Jian's clone had self-destructed. After that, there was no news of him. If it was just based on the name He Jian, it might be possible to find someone else with the same name on Kanglan Island. However, He Jian from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom was definitely the case. He Jian. I've never heard of him. Huozhen shook his head. The disciple who reported to Yi Xian said, I heard that he's a new disciple with a rare body constitution. That's why the inner elder took a liking to him. It has nothing to do with us. You can go back to your work. Huozhen nodded. However, when Yi Xian left, he heard a notification from the system. Ding! The host has triggered a random quest. Kill He Jian. After the notification, a scryer image appeared. It was He Jian's face. However, when Yi Xian saw it, he was shocked. This scryer image was actually the young man from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom who had received a good evaluation from the messenger during the assessment. What's going on? Yi Xian found it hard to believe. Wasn't He Jian supposed to be a middle-aged man? How did he become a young man? Moreover, he was only a 9th grade Supreme Venerable. Could it be that he had been reincarnated? When he thought of this, Yi Xian felt that it was very possible because he recalled the scene at that time. The bloodline in that young man's body seemed to be different from the others in the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom. It was not the royal bloodline. It seemed that He Jian had indeed been reincarnated or possessed. No matter what you are, if you fall into my hands, I'll definitely make you beg for death. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. That day, He Jian smiled at him after the assessment. It turned out that He Jian was provoking him. Once he had the chance, He Jian would definitely kill Yi Xian. Moreover, He Jian was now a disciple of the inner elder. His status was different from before. I have to grow up quickly. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and returned to his residence. Fortunately, this was a random quest. He could use the time reversal skill. If He Jian sent experts to kill him, he could avoid them. However, He Jian had just been taken away. His master must have many things to teach him. Yi Xian had also entered the Golden Plume training ground. He Jian might have thought that Yi Xian could not recognize him, so he put him aside for the time being. Very quickly, 5 days passed. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 5th grade Supreme Venerable. Ding! The Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Skybreaking Ape God, and Devouring Black Scale Dragon have made a breakthrough. The host is now a 9th grade Supreme Venerable. Chapter 1996. Yi Xian immediately sent a message to Hu Zhen. After the two of them met, Hu Zhen understood why Yi Xian was so confident. This black dragon has broken through. Hu Zhen and the others immediately reacted. Black Horn's strength wasn't bad either. The number of sea beasts he killed wasn't any less than Hu Zhen's. Now that he had broken through, they had another expert comparable to Hu Zhen. When the time came, the sea beasts would definitely not pile up. Alright, let's go. Hu Zhen and the others immediately entered the 4th stage of the Golden Feather Island Pass. This time, Yi Xian even summoned the old tree, the Infernal God Unicorn. The latter's strength wasn't weak either. He killed as many sea beasts as he could. After all, with the bloodline of the Imperial Beast Envoy, the attacks of the beasts would be greatly increased. As for Padian, Yi Xian didn't want to fight him. After all, Padian was currently the weakest. Moreover, he would need to rest after fighting for a while. He wouldn't be able to fight for a long time. Young master, what about me? Luo Luo couldn't help but shout in the devouring space. You wait inside first. The sea beasts in front are nothing to be afraid of. I'll collect some sea beasts' corpses and refine the 1,000 beasts pill for you to cultivate. Yi Xian said. Every wave of sea beasts had a time difference. Therefore, Yi Xian could collect the sea beasts' corpses and turn Wei Zhentian into the 1,000 beasts cauldron to refine the 1,000 beasts pill. For this random mission, Yi Xian used his last devouring point to stabilize the 1,000 beasts cauldron. Therefore, he could refine the 1,000 beasts pill at any time. Luo Luo was now a saint emperor. After all, she hadn't broken through the limit and had the support of so many 1,000 beasts pills. This time, Luo Luo might be able to increase her strength to a level comparable to Hu Zhen's. After a violent tremor, the sea beast's attack finally began. The Golden Feather Island Pass sent people to capture a large number of sea beasts. After countless years of reproduction, the number of sea beasts was enough to make one's scalp numb. No matter how many times they challenged the sea beasts would come. The first wave of 100 sea beasts was easily killed by Yi Xian and the others. At the same time, Yi Xian also thought of something. Senior brother Hu Zhen, I have an idea. Yi Xian suddenly said. What do you think? Yi Xian, tell us. Hu Zhen turned around and said. Give me all of these sea beasts' corpses. Then, we'll spend the remaining 9 days trying to clear the trials. However, we'll choose to give up in the end. That way, we might be able to clear the 5th trial after 9 days. Yi Xian revealed his plan. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhen and the others were shocked. Past the 5th stage. Huozhen murmured, "The fifth stage of the Golden Feather Island Pass is 10,000 sea beasts comparable to 6 great half-heavenly lords. Why are you so confident? These sea beasts' corpses can be used to increase the combat strength of my beasts. If we have a large number of sea beasts' corpses, we might even be able to clear the 6th stage, let alone the 5th. Yi Xian said. As soon as these words were spoken, Huozhen and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. The 6th stage was filled with 10,000 sea beasts comparable to 9th grade half-heavenly lords. It was not something an ordinary person could clear. If that's the case, then let's do it. After all, we only have 9 days. Huozhen's eyes lit up. If they could clear the trial this time, their Kanglan Island would become famous. Next, they began to kill the sea beasts crazily. The 2nd wave, the 5th wave, the 10th wave, the 13th wave, finally, they made it to the 14th wave. The 14th wave consisted of 900 sea beasts and a powerful sea beast king. If they attacked with all their might, they might be able to clear the trial. However, Yi Xian had not collected enough sea beasts yet, so he could not clear the trial for now. Once they cleared the 4th stage, they would not be able to clear the 4th and would be sent directly to the 5th stage. The 5th stage was filled with sea beasts comparable to 6th grade half-heavenly lords. Even if there was only one, Yi Xian would not be able to defeat it. Give up. Give up. Give up. At that moment, all 10 of them, including Huozhen, shouted at the top of their lungs. Then, they returned to Kanglan Island. Although they had given up this time, they had obtained a large number of sea beasts' corpses. To Yi Xian, this was a shocking amount of wealth. 1,000 beasts cauldron, refine. Yi Xian quickly refined the 1,000 beasts pill while everyone was recovering their saint power. Luo Luo consumed all 9,000 sea beasts' corpses that were comparable to 3rd grade half-heavenly lords after refining the 1,000 beasts pill. 2,000 years in the devouring space was only 1 day in the outside world. Therefore, Luo Luo quickly refined all the pills. Her cultivation level had risen to 3rd grade Holy Emperor. Yi Xian, we're done. At this moment, Huozhen shouted. All right, let's continue. Yi Xian nodded. The 10 of them entered the 4th stage of Golden Feather Island again and began to kill. However, they always gave up after the 14th wave. Their goal was to collect an unlimited number of sea beasts' corpses to strengthen Luo Luo. Time passed day by day. On the 8th day. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a 7th grade Holy Emperor. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Weizhentian, Skybreaking Ape God, and Devouring Black Scale Dragon have made a breakthrough. You are now a 2nd grade Holy Venerate. Yi Xian and the others' strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Don't forget, when they came to the Golden Feather Dao sect, they traveled for 2 days. In the last 5 days of closed-door cultivation, Yi Xian actually only spent 3 days to break through. The remaining 2 days were just a buffer. Therefore, this time, he only used 8 days to complete 2 breakthroughs. When Huozhen and the others heard about this, they were so shocked that they could not speak. In such a short time, Yi Xian had made 2 breakthroughs. This was too fast. At this moment, they felt that even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Black Horn. At the same time, after so many days of killing, Yi Xian had obtained a large number of sea beasts' corpses. After Luo Luo ate the 1,000 beasts pill refined from the sea beasts' corpses, she had reached 9th grade Holy Emperor. With her strength, she might even be able to pass the 5th stage, let alone the 4th stage. Soon, it was the 9th day. In 1 more day, the random mission to upgrade Kanglan Island's level would be over. Since Kanglan Island had not even leveled up, Yi Xian would not receive any rewards. Instead, 1 devouring point would be deducted as a punishment. Although Yi Xian did not have any devouring point at the moment, it would still be deducted. If he obtained it again in the future, he would correct the devouring point. However, it was impossible that he could not complete this mission. At this moment, Yi Xian had led Hu Zhen and the others into Golden Feather Island Pass again. This time, they were ready to pass the test. Soon, they had reached the 14th wave. This time, there were 900 sea beasts and 1 sea beast king. Roar! Chapter 1997. For the past few days, they had been waiting for the sea beast king to arrive before yelling "give up" and leaving the island. This time, they were going to kill it. The sea beast king soon entered the beast god clock's effective range. Hu Zhen and the others immediately charged at it. Blackhorn and the old tree did the same. Soon, they were engaged in a fierce battle with the sea beast king. However, at this moment, a ball of fire suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the sea beast king. In an instant, the sea beast king was burned to death. Hu Zhen and the others were shocked. They turned around and saw a girl with 9 golden tails standing in the air. She was holding a ball of golden flames in her hand. "Miss Luo Luo, you really didn't give us a chance to live. We finally got a chance to fight the sea beast king, but you killed it instantly," Hu Zhen said helplessly. "Hee, I couldn't help myself when I saw you guys fighting so hard." Luo Luo giggled and landed next to Yi Xian. After a few days of improvement, she was now a 9th rank sacred emperor. Her strength surpassed Hu Zhen by leaps and bounds. Killing the 3rd rank half-heavenly lord realm sea beast king was a piece of cake for her. However, with the sea beast king's death, they had passed the 4th stage of Jinyu Island Pass. As soon as Yi Xian put away the sea beast king's corpse, they were forcefully teleported back to Kanglan Island. We finally passed. Kanglan Island is now a 4th rank island. The Martial Skills Pavilion, Cultivation Pagoda, and Protective Formation have all been upgraded to 4th rank. Hu Zhen couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect Kanglan Island to become a 4th rank island in just 10 days. It was now the overlord of this new island group. As long as this news spread, Kanglan Island would become 10 times more prosperous than the other islands. "Brother Yi Xian, thank you so much," Hu Zhen couldn't help but say. "I'm also a member of Kanglan Island. This is what I should do." Yi Xian smiled. At this time, Luo Luo and the others had been sucked into the devouring space. The sea beast's corpses and sea beast king's corpses were refined into 1,000 beasts pills and refined by Luo Luo. Luo Luo's strength had improved again. She had already reached the peak of the 9th stage Holy Emperor realm. She was only 1 step away from the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. However, Luo Luo didn't know how to become a half-Heavenly Lord. Senior brother Hu Zhen, Luo Luo is already at the peak of the 9th rank Holy Emperor realm, but I don't know how to reach the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. "Is it possible?" Yi Xian said to Hu Zhen. "It's nothing." Hu Zhen smiled and said, "After reaching the peak of the 9th rank Holy Emperor realm, as long as you sense it carefully, you will be able to see a path at the end of your soul. That path is called the Distant Heaven Road. There are a total of 99 sections of the Heavenly Path. Every section you walk will be rewarded by the Heavenly Path, improving your holy chi and physique. From the 1st section to the 33rd section, you will reach the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. From the 34th section to the 67th section, you will reach the Heavenly Lord realm. From the 67th section to the 99th section, you will reach the Invincible Heavenly Lord realm. I am now at the 2nd section of the Distant Heaven Road. I have just reached the half-step Heavenly Lord realm." After Hu Zhen finished speaking, he took out a jade slip from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. "This contains some of my experiences. Let Miss Luo Luo take a look." "Thank you, senior brother." Yi Xian thanked him with cupped fists. You are welcome. However, the fifth section of Jinyu Island Pass. Huazhen suddenly reminded him. I will go take a look. Yi Xian smiled and entered Jinyu Island Pass again. This time, he was going to challenge the fifth section. As for Huazhen and the others, they were not strong enough. It was very dangerous to enter, so Yi Xian went in alone this time. Whoosh! Yi Xian was teleported to a new island. Next, he had to prepare to fight against 10,000 6th-grade half-step Heavenly Lord Realm Sea Beasts. The first wave was 100 beasts. Luo Luo, I am counting on you this time. Yi Xian shouted. No problem. Luo Luo replied. She put on the mystic divine armor and started to harvest the sea beasts' corpses. Soon, the 106th-grade half-step Heavenly Lord Realm Sea Beasts were all dead. They were then absorbed into the devouring space and refined into the 1,000 Beasts elixir. Although I have reached the first section, Luo Luo's body constitution and strength are still increasing. However, after reaching the limit, the effect of refining the 1,000 Beasts elixir is a little less. It seems like I have to break through to the half-step Heavenly Lord realm first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He did not know how many waves of sea beasts Luo Luo could kill alone. Rumble. The beast god Bell and Luo Luo worked together well. Luo Luo fought against the 6th-grade half-step Heavenly Lord realm sea beasts alone and lasted until the 8th wave, which was 800 beasts. After that, Luo Luo could not care about Yi Xian's safety. She retreated temporarily. Although she failed, she obtained a large number of sea beasts' corpses. However, this was nothing to Luo Luo. There is still more than a day. Luo Luo, see if you can break through to the half-step Heavenly Lord realm within a day. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Okay. Luo Luo nodded and entered the devouring space to read the breakthrough experience book that Huazhen gave her. A day in the outside world was more than 2,000 years in the devouring space. Luo Luo's aptitude had always been good. Now, it was her time to shine. She did not disappoint Yi Xian. Before the end of the mission, she completed the first section of the Heavenly Path and became a half-step Heavenly Lord realm. There is still some time. Hurry up and pass the 5th section. Then, the rewards will increase again. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and entered the 5th section of the Jinyu Island Pass again. After breaking through to the half-step Heavenly Lord realm and refining the 1,000 Beasts elixir, Luo Luo's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Soon, she reached the 8th section. It was much easier than before. Then, she killed another few thousand sea beasts. Finally, she reached the 14th section. This time, there were 900 sea beasts and 1 sea beast king. Here she comes. Yi Xian squinted his eyes slightly. In the next moment, Luo Luo charged forward. In the blink of an eye, she killed all 900 sea beasts. Only the sturdy sea beast king was left. Unfortunately, this sea beast king was also a half-step Heavenly Lord realm's 6th grade. It could not stop Luo Luo at all. After 3 rounds, the sea beast king was killed. She finally passed the 5th section of the Jinyu Island Pass. Phew, I passed 2 sections in a month. The rewards should be very generous, right? Yi Xian grinned. In fact, he did not expect to rely on Luo Luo. Instead, he wanted Huazhen and the others to raise the funds to invite her. Then, he would use the Beast God clock to pass the section. He did not expect to pass 2 sections in a row. At this moment, Yi Xian had already teleported back to Kanglin Island. Before he came back, Kanglin Island had undergone tremendous changes. Chapter 1998. There were dozens of islands in this new group. Apart from Kanglin Island, none of them were above level 3. Once news of Kanglin Island reaching level 5 spread, a large number of people would flock to Kanglan Island. Huizhen and the others, who were cultivating in the cultivation tower, suddenly opened their eyes. They could feel that the holy qi in the cultivation tower had increased by more than 10 times. What was going on? When they went out to check, they were shocked. The protective formation had turned from green to blue. This meant that Kanglan Island had reached level 5. Heavens, it's a level 5 island. What's going on? Needless to say, junior brother Yi Xian must have passed the 5th trial of Golden Feather Island. He really did it. That's terrifying. Huizhen and the others couldn't believe it. They hurried to the center of Kanglan Island and found Yi Xian. Junior Yi Xian, you really did it. Huizhen said excitedly. I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. Yi Xian saluted everyone. In fact, Huizhen and the others played a part in making Kanglan Island reach level 5. Otherwise, his sea beast carcasses would have been greatly reduced in the past few days. Then, Luo Luo would probably be a rank 8 Holy Emperor, or at most a rank 9 Holy Emperor. She wouldn't have been able to pass the 5th trial. You're too humble, junior brother. The rewards for the 4th trial haven't been announced yet, but you've already passed the 5th trial. If this news gets back to Jinyu Island, it'll definitely attract the attention of the elders. Huizhen said with a smile. They'd been in Jinyu Temple for years, but they'd only passed the 3rd trial after so many years. This wasn't very impressive in the entire new group of islands. However, with the addition of Yi Xian, Kanglan Island had reached level 4. Before the news got out, Yi Xian had passed the 5th trial. What a monster! At this moment. Ding! You've completed a random mission. You may choose 2 of the following 3 rewards. 1. Randomly upgrade 3 bloodlines. 2. Randomly fix Wei Xintian's 3 magical equipment forms. 3. The number of magical equipment fusions increased by 3. When Yi Xian heard about the reward, he was stunned. Wasn't this reward 2F** King generous? He could choose 2 out of the 3, was there even a need to ask? Currently, Yi Xian had a total of 4 fixed magic treasures, namely the Necromancer Pot, the 10,000 Beast Cauldron, the Mask of Truth and Illusion, and the Demon Dragon's Heart. Among these 4 magic treasure forms, only the Necromancer Pot and the 10,000 Beast Cauldron could be fused. Therefore, out of the 3 Dharma treasure fusions, only 1 would be used at most. Moreover, it was only equivalent to 3 Devour points, so Yi Xian immediately discarded it. As for the first one, although it was only an upgrade of 3 bloodlines and not 3 bloodlines, it was still not bad. What if he drew an advancement route that required a large number of Devour points, such as Man and Sword as 1 or Sword Celestial's Descent? Yi Xian immediately chose the first and second rewards. Ding! The Slaughter Seal has successfully evolved. Ding! Unicorn Deterrence has successfully evolved. Ding! The Fiery Rebirth has successfully evolved. This was the notification sound of the first reward. Although the other 2 rewards were not very good, the Slaughter Seal had evolved. Just the Slaughter State alone could increase Yi Xian's strength by 5 times, which was not bad at all. Ding! The magic treasure form of the Illusionary Spirit Garment has been successfully stabilized. Ding! The magic treasure form of the 10,000 Poisonous Centipede Rope has been successfully stabilized. Ding! The magic treasure form of the Magistrate's Brush has been successfully stabilized. This was the second reward. Yi Xian already knew the effect of the Magistrate's Brush, which was to determine life and death with a single word. But now that his level was so low, even if he used the Magistrate's Brush, who could he kill instantly? However, the effects of the Illusionary Spirit Garment and the 10,000 Poisonous Centipede Rope were very good. These 2 magic treasure forms were level 3 magic treasures. The Illusionary Spirit Garment, after wearing it, was immune to all energy attacks. Only punches and kicks could hurt him. The 10,000 poisonous centipede rope had a super strong binding ability, and at the same time, it had a lethal effect similar to a one-hit kill. If triggered, it could kill the enemy instantly. But that was not the point. The point was that these three newly stabilized magic treasure forms could all be combined. The illusionary spirit garment could be combined with the flowing light armor, and the 10,000 poisonous centipede rope could be combined with the magistrate's brush. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have any devouring points, so he could not combine these two magic treasures. TSK. If the illusionary spirit garment and the flowing light armor could be combined, it would be awesome. Yi Xian grinned. He estimated that after the combination, not only would he be immune to all energy attacks, but he would also have a strong defensive ability. It would be like a tortoise shell. In addition, with the shared immortal phoenix bloodline, Yi Xian would not die unless the attack was strong enough. At this moment, where is the master of Kanglan Island? An explosive shout rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Yi Xian, Hua Zhen, and the others looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man rushing into Kanglan Island. "Senior brother, how can I help you?" Hua Zhen asked respectfully. He could sense that the young man's cultivation level was much higher than his. He was at least a third-grade half-heavenly lord. "We are all brothers of the same sect, so I am here to help you pass the fourth stage," the young man said. Hua Zhen was stunned. He replied, "I'm sorry, senior brother. We don't need your help anymore." "You don't need my help." The young man was slightly angry. "You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I helped you pass the fourth stage out of goodwill, but you don't appreciate it. Are you afraid that I will cheat you of your money?" "No, senior brother," Hua Zhen hurriedly said. However, he could see that the young man was not helping them for free. He would definitely charge them a high price. "Humph, I'd like to see what right you have to refuse my help on a third-class island." The young man did not waste any time. He directly attacked Hua Zhen. However, he was sent flying by a black shadow in the next moment. It was Blackhorn who slapped him. "Ugh!" The young man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Blackhorn in shock. Blackhorn was only a second-grade sacred venerate. How could he send a fourth-grade half-heavenly lord flying with one whip? That was impossible. "Senior brother, please open your dog eyes and look at the color of the protective array around us," Yi Xian said coldly. After being reminded by him, the young man turned his head to take a look and discovered that something was amiss. The protective array of Kanglan Island wasn't a level 3 yellow array. Instead, it was green. A green protective array meant that it was a fourth-class island. How could this be? No, it's not green. It's cyan. Kanglan Island has been upgraded to a fifth-class island. The young man was shocked. A fifth-class island meant that someone had passed the fifth stage. Even a fourth-grade half-heavenly lord like him could not pass the fifth stage. Chapter 1999. One had to know that the other islands were only at level 3. Even the few islands that he had helped earlier had only just been upgraded to level 4. Now, he saw the fifth level of the blue protective array. At the same time, only those inside could see the color of the array. Those outside could not see it. That was why he only noticed it now. "Senior brother, we want to pass the 6th level of the Golden Feather Island barrier. Can you help us?" Yi Xian smiled faintly and said slowly. "The 6th level of the Golden Feather Island barrier." The young man shuddered. He could not even pass the 5th level, let alone the 6th. The 6th level was filled with 10,000 half-heavenly Lord Realm sea beasts. Even a Heavenly Lord Realm expert would find it difficult to pass. "Are you kidding me?" The young man shouted angrily and left. This was just a small interlude. Yi Xian and Hua Zhen did not care. They were waiting for the reward from the Golden Feather Palace. Hua Zhen had promised to give the reward of the 5th level island to Yi Xian. They would share the reward of the 4th level island. After all, without Yi Xian, they could not even reach the 4th level, let alone the 5th level. Previously, Hua Zhen had estimated that with his current situation, it would probably take him another 10,000 years to pass the 4th trial. As for the 5th level, he did not know how long it would take. But now, they could enjoy the 5th level island in advance. Their leveling speed would be explosive. Yi Xian returned to his residence and prepared to cultivate in seclusion. He estimated that when he received the 5th level island, he would be able to reach the half-heavenly Lord realm. During this time, he would not have to worry about cultivation resources. However, half a day later, Master of Kanglan Island, come out. Another roar rang out, landing in everyone's ears. Yi Xian and Hua Zhen went out to take a look. They saw that the young man who was beaten away had returned with a long-haired man. Who hurt my little brother? The long-haired young man stared at Hua Zhen and the others and asked. This was how the world worked. Once you hit the small one, the big one would come out. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately rode out on Black Horn and said, "It was me. Senior brother, are you thanking me for teaching him a lesson for you? You're courting death." Without another word, the long-haired youth charged towards Yi Xian. On the way here, he had heard from his younger brother that there was a strange black dragon whose strength and realm differed greatly. Looking at it now, that was indeed the case. In an instant, Black Horn and this 6th grade half-heavenly Lord realm expert began to fight. Now that Black Horn was a 2nd grade sacred venerate, even with the heart of the demon dragon, he could at most fight against a 4th grade half-step heavenly monarch. Facing a 6th stage half-heavenly monarch, it could only take a beating. "Luo Luo, beat him up." Yi Xian immediately ordered Black Horn to retreat and summoned Luo Luo. Luo Luo had already broken through to the half-step heaven monarch realm and had so many 10,000 beast elixirs to improve her body constitution. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, the heart of the demon dragon had turned into a suit of flowing light armor on her petite body. Luo Luo's strength suddenly skyrocketed, and at the same time, she gained the ability to conceal herself. What? The long-haired youth was shocked. He, a 6th grade half-heavenly monarch, was actually being suppressed. One should know that he was an elite disciple of the Golden Feather Dojo. He was strong enough to pass the 5th stage of the Golden Feather Island pass alone. What's wrong with this person? How can he have such a skill? The long-haired youth could not understand and continued to fight. However, in a short while, he was blasted out of the protective array of the island. Then Yi Xian, the vice island master, quickly controlled the protective array of the island and blocked him. "Senior brother, don't think that you can be superior to others just because you have a high realm. Let's go," Yi Xian said slowly. They were still in the territory of the Golden Feather Dojo. Otherwise, this long-haired youth and his younger brother would have been dead. "All right, just you wait." The long-haired youth shouted angrily and then left with his stunned younger brother. When Hua Zhen and the others saw this scene, they were shocked. "That's so scary. Miss Luo Luo can even send a 6th grade half-heavenly monarch disciple flying. Who is Brother Yi Xian?" Hua Zhen and the others were puzzled. However, Kanglan Island had offended a disciple. Sure enough, the other party was still holding a grudge and was not going to let Kanglan Island go so easily. The next day. Rumble. A series of loud noises alarmed everyone. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurried out to take a look. He found that the protective array of the island was under attack by sea beasts. The sea beasts are attacking. Everyone, quickly. Hua Zhen's voice was heard. However, in the next moment, someone said, Senior Brother Hua, the sea beasts that are attacking the protective array are at least half heavenly monarchs. What? Hua Zhen was shocked. Kanglan Island had been established for many years, but this was the first time they had encountered a half-heavenly monarch sea beast. When he went to take a look, he was right. Moreover, there were mid-level half-heavenly monarch sea beasts. What was going on? There's no need to look anymore. It must be the sea beasts that the person from yesterday drove here. I'll take care of them. Yi Xian immediately sent a message to Hua Zhen. Then, he summoned the old tree, Luo Luo, and Black Horn. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered a random task. Protect Kanglan Island. If the protective array of the island is breached, the task will be considered a failure. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had triggered a random task. Not bad. Immediately, he ordered everyone to kill their way out. Meanwhile, he went to the edge of the protective array of the island. Ding! The protective array of the island is damaged. Do you want to repair it? Yes. Yi Xian replied immediately. Then, he asked the immortal level devouring system to repair the array. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. Old Tree, Black Horn, the Sword Celestial's doppelganger, and Luo Luo, who was wearing the flowing light armor, had all rushed to the protective array of the island and started killing. Fortunately, the sea beasts were at most level 6 half-heavenly monarchs. Otherwise, even the level 5 protective array of the island would not be able to withstand it. At this time, the geniuses on Kanglan Island could only watch the battle outside blankly. There was nothing they could do to help. There were at least a few thousand sea beasts. If this had happened before, it would have been enough to destroy this new island group. Luo Luo led Blackhorn and the others to kill the sea beasts continuously to reduce the pressure on the protective array of the island. At the same time, Yi Xian was also repairing the protective array of the island. At this rate, the protective array of the island should be able to hold on until all the sea beasts were killed. At this time, in the sea area far away from Kanglan Island. Let's see what you can do. Welcome the baptism of the sea beasts. The long-haired young man's eyes flickered. He did not think that Yi Xian and the others could survive this wave of sea beasts. After all, he had chased away a sea beast king. Chapter 2000. Oh. The sea beast king is finally here. The long-haired young man raised his eyebrows as he sensed a powerful aura approaching Kanglan Island. Although the sea beast king was only a 6th-stage half-heavenly lord, it was much more powerful than the average sea beast king. Luo Luo, who was fighting outside Kanglan Island, also sensed the aura. She immediately sent a message to Yi Xian. Damn it! There's another sea beast king. Sword Immortal's clone, go and kill it. Yi Xian immediately shouted. All they had to do was lure the sea beast king away or kill it when it approached Kanglan Island. Unfortunately, the sea beast king was very angry. It ignored the Sword Immortal's clone's attack and headed straight for Kanglan Island. Yi Xian felt that they were attracted by something. No matter what, they had to fight. Luo Luo, take care of that sea beast king first. Yi Xian immediately shouted. Wei Zhentian turned into the beast god Bell and suppressed the sea beasts on one side. Although the streamer armor could increase Luo Luo's combat strength, the beast god Bell was more useful in this situation. After all, they were guarding Kanglan Island, not exterminating the sea beasts as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this group of sea beasts came in a menacing manner. In addition, this sea beast king wasn't weak. With Yi Xian's repair of the island's protective formation, its defensive ability had been reduced to 20%. It seemed that there was a high chance that they would break through. I can only use the time reversal skill to go back in time and kill some of the sea beasts first. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, if he did that, he could not guarantee that he would not trigger a random task. Therefore, he had to wait until he failed the task. However, when the defensive power of the island's defensive power was reduced to 10%, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Bastard, how dare you attack the island of the Golden Plume Dojo? You're courting death. A loud shout was heard. Then, a cold light pierced through the sky and killed the Sea Beast King in an instant. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. They turned around and saw an old man in an elder's robe. He killed all the sea beasts with just a wave of his hand. His strength had shaken everyone's hearts. He was so strong that it was explosive. With his appearance, Yi Xian's random mission was also completed. Ding! The host has completed a random mission. The reward is a chance to fuse with a magic treasure. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It was really good that he could get what he wanted. At that moment, Yi Xian was taking advantage of this opportunity to fuse the flowing light armor and the phantom spirit robe. Ding! The flowing light armor and illusionary spirit robe are beginning to merge. Ding! Fusion of powers. Yi Xian hurriedly took a look and discovered that the product of the fusion was called the Void Spirit Godly Armor. This Void Spirit Godly Armor not only had the effect of energy immunity, but it also had a powerful defensive ability. At the same time, it also had the effect of invisibility. In addition, there was also a new skill called Ethereal Transformation. After activating it, he would be invincible for 1 second. Strong. He was so strong that he could explode. Just now, if Luo Luo had worn this Void Spirit Godly Armor, she would have been able to easily kill the Sea Beast King. What happened? At that moment, the elder in the inner field asked. Elder, we were attacked by the sea beasts for no reason. Yi Xian immediately walked out and clasped his hands together. For no reason, it's unlikely. The new islands of the Golden Plume Training Hall have not been attacked by such high-level sea beasts many times. Someone must have ordered them to attack. The elder in the inner field raised his eyebrows and glanced around. He shouted sternly, Luoan, what are you doing here? This name was slightly unfamiliar to them. However, when they followed the elder's gaze, they saw the long-haired young man. Yang, Elder Yang, I'm just passing by. The long-haired young man, Luoan, said in a trembling voice. Why don't you get back to your training? Elder Yang shouted sternly again. In the next moment, Luoan quickly turned around and disappeared into the horizon. After he left, Elder Yang looked around and said, Did any of you have a grudge with Luoan? Huozhen and the others looked at each other. Huozhen said, Senior brother Luoan's younger brother visited Kanglan Island and said. Huozhen began to describe the situation. Elder Yang understood after listening to him. This group of sea beasts was probably ordered by Luoan. He must have placed something on Kanglan Island that attracted the sea beasts. I understand now. The elder in the inner field did not say much. He tossed an interspatial ring to Huozhen and said, Inside this ring are all the rewards for upgrading the island to a grade 5 island. Thank you, Elder. Huozhen and the others immediately expressed their gratitude. By the way, did you manage to pass the 5th stage with someone else's help or? The elder in the inner field could not help but ask. It's all thanks to Yi Xian. Someone immediately replied. Previously, the elder in the inner field also found it unbelievable. However, he believed that they had hired someone else. However, after checking Kanglan Island, he found that the people on the island were all disciples from ancient countries. They did not have the financial resources to hire someone else. Yi Xian. The elder in the inner field followed everyone's gaze and finally noticed Yi Xian. It's like this. I tamed a few saint beasts and they all transformed into human forms. That's why I brought them here. Yi Xian said. After hearing this, Elder Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Luo, Black Horn, and the others. Their aptitudes were all top-notch. However, if he knew that Yi Xian could fight opponents 2 realms higher than him, he would probably accept Yi Xian as his disciple immediately. Your aptitude is not bad. I will report this matter later. Perhaps an elder will accept you as his disciple. Elder Yang said. Thank you, Elder Yang. Yi Xian thanked him. Then, Elder Yang left. Yi Xian did not have much interest in accepting a disciple. Yi Xian, this is yours. After Elder Yang left, Huazhen threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. There was a large amount of heavenly treasures in it. It was enough for Yi Xian to break through to the half-heavenly Lord realm. Yi Xian did not refuse and accepted it. This matter was considered to have come to an end. However, the long-haired young man, Luoan, had commanded the sea beasts to attack Kanglan Island. This matter could not be settled so easily. Soon, Yi Xian broke through to the 8th stage Holy Emperor realm. Old Tree and the others reached the 3rd stage Holy Sovereign realm. Their strength had improved. It was also on this day that a person suddenly came looking for him. Kanglan Island, where is Yi Xian? An unfamiliar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian immediately leaped into the air. He realized that an advanced half-heavenly lord was looking for him. Senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Xian asked. Chapter 2001. Accept me as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed like this matter couldn't be avoided. However, it didn't matter. After all, he would enter Golden Feather Infield sooner or later. After all, he had to seek revenge on Luoan and He Jian. He then bade farewell to Huazhen and the others and left with the young man. The people on Kanglan Island revealed envious expressions. To be accepted as a disciple by an elder was considered a meteoric rise. Yi Xian followed behind the young man and left Kanglan Island before flying to Golden Feather Island. Golden Feather Island was also known as Golden Feather Infield. This was where Golden Feather Training Hall's elite disciples and elders lived. My name is Bai Qin, and I'm Elder Luo's 2nd disciple. I'm already a 9th stage half-step heavenly lord. If nothing goes wrong, you will be my junior brother, said the young man. Greetings, senior brother. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. The young man nodded slightly and said, by the way, junior brother He Jian seems to be from Kanglan Island as well. Do you know him? He Jian. Upon hearing this name, Yi Xian couldn't help but raise his brows. How could he just know this name? He Jian. You can say that I know him. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Oh, this junior brother He Jian has pretty good aptitude. It's said that he has a soul-devouring physique that allows him to break through by devouring other people's souls. However, after he was accepted as a disciple by Master, he has been in seclusion and has never appeared, said Bai Qin. Soul-devouring physique. Never heard of it. Yi Xian shook his head. No matter what, he had to get rid of this hidden danger. Otherwise, he didn't know when the other party would plot against him in the future. Bai Qin soon brought Yi Xian to a palace. In Golden Feather Training Hall, anyone at the elder level could build a palace and take in disciples to pass down their legacy. Along the way, Bai Qin explained some things to him. Yi Xian also knew that Elder Luo had already taken in 9 disciples. He was the 10th. The 9th disciple was He Jian. After a while, Bai Qin brought Yi Xian to Elder Luo. He was a white-haired elder. Master, Yi Xian is here. Bai Qin said respectfully. All right, you may leave. Elder Luo waved his hand, and Baichen retreated. Then, Elder Luo's gaze landed on Yi Xian. He gave the latter a strange look. "Are you willing to take me as your master?" Elder Luo asked. "This disciple is willing." Yi Xian answered directly. Since they were already there, they naturally had to agree. Otherwise, they would be angering Elder Luo. One had to know that the elders of the Goldplume Dao field were all at least Heavenly Monarch realm experts. This was not something a half-step Heavenly Monarch could compare to. "Alright, then you will be my 10th disciple. Take these things and use them first. If they are not enough, we will talk about it later." Without hesitation, Elder Luo threw an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. "Thank you, Master." Yi Xian replied. "Alright, you can leave first. There might be a mission in the next few days. When the time comes, you can go out with the other senior brothers to gain experience," Elder Luo said. "Yes." After replying, Yi Xian left. Baichen then arranged a residence for Yi Xian. However, after Yi Xian left, Elder Luo's eyes kept flickering. "Yi Xian, you definitely won't guess who I am." "Humph, how dare you kill my mistress? See if I don't kill you." Elder Luo thought to himself. If Yi Xian heard this, he would probably be scared half to death. He had killed He Jian's mistress. When did he kill Elder Luo's mistress? Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't know this. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at his residence and settled down. After a while, someone came looking for him. It turned out to be his senior brothers. "Junior brother Yi, we will set off for training the day after tomorrow. Prepare yourself," a burly youth said to Yi Xian. "Yes, senior brother." Yi Xian nodded. However, he saw a familiar face behind the burly young man. Luoan. Why is this guy here? Wait, Luoan, Elder Luo, could it be? Yi Xian's body trembled when he saw Luoan. Could this Luoan be Elder Luo's son? "Humph, Grandpa told me to kill you casually. Let's see how you survive this trip." The corners of Luoan's mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself. Yi Xian didn't expect Luoan to be Elder Luo's descendant. In that case, the other party might very well attack him. However, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. He could also take revenge for what happened back then. However, he had another goal now, to find He Jian's whereabouts. He only hated himself for not using the death warrant to mark He Jian that day. Otherwise, it would have been much easier to find him. After informing Yi Xian, his senior brothers left. Luoan did the same. Yi Xian ignored them because his senior brothers were only 6th and 7th grade half-step heavenly lords. They were nothing. If they dared to attack him, they would be courting death. 2 days later, his senior brothers formed a team and prepared to set off for the trial. This team was led by 3 7th grade half-step heavenly lords. There were also 3 other half-step heavenly lords under their command. In addition, there was also Yi Xian, a saint emperor. Of course, not all of these people were Elder Luo's direct disciples. They were just disciples under Elder Luo. Their status was 1 level lower than Yi Xian's. However, everyone had heard that although Yi Xian's strength was weak, he had several servants with outstanding battle prowess that could be of help. This is the mission given to us by our master. We are to eliminate a 9th grade half-step heavenly lord Sea Beast King. The leading disciple said. Senior brother, isn't it too strong? A 6th grade half-step heavenly lord disciple asked. No, the 3 of us have been there once. We can fight with that Sea Beast King. However, there were too many sea beasts around last time, so we retreated. The leading disciple shook his head and said. Hearing this, all of them heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they could still do it. Immediately, they began to fly. With the leading disciple leading the way, their speed was very fast. In less than 2 days, they arrived at a nest of sea beasts. "Everyone, be careful. Don't stray too far from us." After the leading disciple said this, he rushed into the nest of sea beasts. As for the others, they immediately followed him. However, on the way, Yi Xian noticed that Luoan and another 7th grade half-step Heavenly Lord disciple were secretly watching him. It seemed that these two people were up to some tricks. "Junior brother Yi Xian, where are your fighters?" Suddenly, a 6th grade half-step Heavenly Lord disciple asked. "Oh." Yi Xian nodded. Immediately, he summoned the old tree and Black Horn. Then, he hid in Black Horn's body. Black Horn, a 3rd grade holy venerable, coupled with the heart of the demonic dragon, greatly increased his survival ability. Even if these people besieged him, they might not be able to get him out. Chapter 2002. Damn it! Luoan cursed in his heart when he saw Yi Xian hiding in Black Horn's body. Soon, they saw the sea beasts and began to kill them. Blood soaked the entire nest of the sea beasts. Heart-wrenching cries could be heard. The sea beasts blocking their way were easily killed by the 3 leading 7th grade half-step Heavenly Lords. The people behind them could not do anything at all. After a while, they encountered the most powerful sea beasts. 3 8th grade half-step Heavenly Lords. However, they could not stop the group and were easily killed. Then, it was time for the last 9th grade half-step Heavenly Lord Sea Beast King. The aura is not right. At this time, the leading disciple suddenly shouted. The group also felt that something was not right. They quickly quickened their pace. In the end, they saw that the 9th grade half-step Heavenly Lord Sea Beast King was trying to break through. As long as it broke through, it would be at the Heavenly Lord realm. It was not something that they could fight against. Quickly! The leading disciple shouted. Almost everyone used their trump cards. Devouring Dragon Roar. Yi Xian also asked Black Horn to attack. However, the opponent's realm was much higher than Black Horn's. The attack did not have much effect. However, the 3 7th grade half-step Heavenly Lords caused a lot of damage to the Sea Beast King. Roar! The sea beast roared and attacked the group angrily. Be careful. Although it did not break through, its strength is stronger than before. The leading disciple immediately shouted. Even Black Horn would not be able to intervene in a battle of this level. Therefore, Yi Xian quickly broke open the void in Black Horn's body and left the sea beast nest. The sword celestial avatar stayed behind. The Sea Beast King went crazy. The other sea beasts in the nest also came out in full force. In an instant, they surrounded the group. Kill our way out! The leading disciple shouted. He killed and retreated. They had seriously injured the Sea Beast King last time. They did not expect that the Sea Beast King would recover and become stronger. Therefore, they could not stay for long. Bastard! Luoan originally wanted to kill Yi Xian, but he didn't expect himself to be in danger. He looked at Black Horn's huge body and the countless sea beasts below and immediately raised his hand to attack. He was planning to kill Black Horn and feed his body to the sea beasts. That way, there would be fewer sea beasts chasing after them. It was a pity. Bang! The attack landed on Black Horn's body. Although it shattered Black Horn's dragon scales, they recovered in the blink of an eye. Roar! The killing intent of the sword immortal avatar in his body flashed. This fella actually dared to attack him so brazenly. He was truly courting death. Immediately, the sword immortal avatar released Luo. At the same time, the demon dragon's heart transformed into the void spirit godly armor. Luo turned invisible and left Black Horn's body, then attacked Luoan. Swish. A cold light flashed. Luoan's chest was heavily injured, and he fell from the sky. Junior Luo. The 3 7th-stage half-step heavenly monarchs were scared out of their wits. If Luoan were to fall down like this, he would be devoured by the sea beasts below like hungry tigers. Damn it! The 7th-stage half-step heavenly monarch who was in cahoots with Luoan cursed and was ready to rescue Luoan. Unfortunately, Yi Xian also included him in the must-kill list. Swish! Another cold light flashed. This 7th-stage half-step heavenly monarch's head was directly thrown up, and then his body fell down. Both of them fell into the sea and were then devoured by the sea beasts. The rest of the people were shocked. How could a person who was alive and well just now become a corpse? Forget about the 7th-stage half-step heavenly monarch. Luoan who fell first was Elder Luo's grandson. Once he died, the people on this trip would not be able to escape responsibility. Don't worry about it, let's go. The leading disciple gritted his teeth and rushed out of the sea beast's nest. Although they did not know how Luoan fell down, at this time, their lives were more important. The remaining 4 people did not know that there was an invisible Luo beside them. After completing the task, Luo returned to Blackhorn's body, and then revealed her original form. However, flying above the sea, their speed was much slower than the sea beasts. We can't escape, counterattack. The leading disciple shouted angrily and rushed back. The other 3 people did the same. They could only fight head-on. Luo, help them. Yi Xian reminded. In the next moment, Blackhorn's mouth opened again, and Luo began to move. Luo was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, and her combat strength was terrifying. If she was to deal with the Sea Beast King, the others would not be in danger. As long as they could get rid of the surrounding sea beasts, it would be much easier. Junior brother, why did you only call her out now? The leading half-step heavenly monarch shouted. Sorry, senior brother, Luo has to sleep for a period of time after every battle. She fought with senior brother Luo before, so she did not wake up. Yi Xian said with a guilty face. Everyone had heard that Yi Xian had a grudge with Luoan, so they did not ask again. They wanted to get through this crisis first. Luo, wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, directly fought with the Sea Beast King, which stunned the other 4 people. Ah, young master, at this moment, Luo suddenly shouted. Yi Xian saw that there was a mark on the back of the Sea Beast King. The Devouring Beast. Oh my god, this Sea Beast King is the Devouring Beast. Yi Xian was also shocked. He did not expect to encounter the Devouring Beast on this mission. This trip was not in vain. This corpse is mine. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide, and directly asked the Sword Celestial clone to summon a large number of immortal slaying puppets to fight. Soon, those small sea beasts were dealt with. These senior brothers were slightly angry. They clearly had the strength to fight back, but because of Yi Xian, they were chased and attacked. In the end, Luoan and another person died. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had also set his sights on them. At this moment, swoosh! Luo suddenly attacked the 7th grade half-step heavenly monarch. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. This 7th grade half-step heavenly monarch was severely injured. He could not resist Blackhorn's devouring and was sucked into the devouring space. What? The other 3 people were shocked, but by the time they reacted, Luo had attacked again. Not long after, the 3 of them were sucked into the devouring space by Luo using the same method. Then, it was Luo's turn to fight with the Sea Beast King. Although Luo was not a Dharma treasure, she was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, and with the recovery power of the immortal Phoenix bloodline, she should not be in too much danger. In addition, with the help of the old tree, Black Horn, and the others, the Sea Beast King was finally killed after a fierce battle. Chapter 2003. Ding! Host has obtained 3 Devour points. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard that. This Devour Beast was a high-level Devour Beast and was worth 3 Devour points. What a great deal! Ha! Not bad. Yi Xian was overjoyed. This was a great adventure. With these 3 Devour points, Wei Zhintian could continue to fuse his Dharma treasure. He immediately spent 2 Devour points to fuse his Dharma treasure. Ding! 1,000 poisonous centipede rope and magistrate brush fused. Ding! Necromancer pot and 1,000 beast cauldron fused. When the 2 system notifications sounded, Yi Xian quickly checked his new Dharma treasure. The necromancer pot and 1,000 beast cauldron fused into the spirit refining cauldron. Now, the spirit refining cauldron could smelt everything, including corpses and treasures. It could be used to refine spirit refining pills to increase one's strength. In addition, it had the ability to trap people. If one was trapped in it, they would be burned by the spirit refining fire. This Dharma treasure was like Taishang Lotsu's alchemy cauldron. As for the 1,000 poisonous centipede rope and magistrate brush fused into a Dharma treasure, it was called the Poison Deity Spike. The Poison Deity Spike would release a new poison every day. Today, Yi Xian saw the frost poison. As long as the Poison Deity Spike pierced the opponent would be sealed in ice. This was not the main point. The main point was that the Poison Deity Spike had a deadly poison. If the Poison Deity Spike released a new poison, as long as it hit a person, no matter their level, they would die immediately. The Poison Deity Spike was a divine weapon that could kill instantly. However, some of the poisons in the Poison Deity Spike could only be used once a day. Moreover, the chance of the deadly poison being used randomly was not high. Of course, the other poisons were also very effective. Yi Xian quickly experimented and found a level 7 half-heavenly Lord Realm Sea Beast. Poison Deity Spike, go! Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhintian to attack the Sea Beast in the form of the Poison Deity Spike. Poochie! With a crisp sound, the Poison Deity Spike pierced the Sea Beast's body. In the next moment, the Sea Beast turned into an ice sculpture. Ding! Host's killing intent points increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The Poison Deity Spike had instantly killed his opponent. Not bad, let's try again. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he found an 8th-stage half-step Heavenly Monarch Sea Beast and killed it in an instant. Even the ordinary ice poison had such power. If he were to randomly obtain those powerful poisons, it would be simply heaven-defying. Following that, Yi Xian tested the Spirit Refining Cauldron. Indeed, it was more useful than the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. The refined pills could not only improve the physique and cultivation of the Yao, but could also be used by Yi Xian himself. However, Yi Xian's cultivation method was different, so his cultivation wouldn't improve. With this Spirit Refining Cauldron, Father and the others' strength will be able to soar all the way up. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This Spirit Refining Cauldron was a cheat that allowed others to level up quickly. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was an endless supply of things, such as natural treasures, weapons, corpses, and so on. Those people had been sucked into the devouring space, so Yi Xian collected them and used them on the Spirit Refining Cauldron. One by one, the Spirit Refining pills were refined and consumed by Luo Luo. Soon, Luo Luo's cultivation level increased to that of a 4th-stage half-step Heavenly Monarch. However, at this time, Yi Xian realized that something was wrong. The random mission to kill He Jian had actually changed. Now, the person he was supposed to kill was not He Jian, but Elder Luo Yang of the Golden Plume Palace. What's going on? Why did the random mission change? There was no notification at all. Also, why do I have to kill Elder Luo Yang? Yi Xian was a little confused. He quickly asked Wei Zhentian to search his soul. The next moment, he was shocked. Elder Luo Yang was actually his master, Elder Luo. Heavens! The system wanted him to kill his master. What's going on? Why didn't I kill He Jian? Yi Xian was confused. Luo Yang was his master. Now that the system wanted him to kill Luo Yang for no reason, it was hard for him to accept. This time, it was only Luoan who wanted to kill him. Otherwise, those senior brothers could have killed him on their way here. They would not have waited until now. However, Luo Yang had taken He Jian as his disciple. The two of them might have some shady dealings. System, I don't think you want me to kill Elder Luo Yang for no reason. I should go back and check. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and then flew toward the Golden Plume Palace. Although he had left some void positioning points along the way, he was about to break through. It was better to be careful. Coincidentally, when he returned to the Golden Plume Palace, he had already broken through to the 9th stage Holy Emperor. Old Tree, Black Horn, and the others were 4th stage Holy Venerables. Even Luo Luo's cultivation level had increased to that of a 4th stage half-step Heavenly Monarch. Now, Luo Luo could probably fight with a Heavenly Monarch. However, before that, Yi Xian had to be careful. Therefore, he had used the time reversal skill to replay the scene of that day. He had absorbed Luoan, who had fallen into the sea and been devoured by the sea beasts, into the devouring space. This way, Yi Xian could 100% turn into Luoan using the Mask of Truth. Grandpa, I'm back. Yi Xian used the Mask of Truth to disguise himself as Luoan and send a message to Luo Yang. What happened? Why didn't the others arrive? Luo Yang asked curiously. The Sea Beast King almost broke through to the Heavenly Monarch realm. It joined forces with the other sea beasts to kill us. My senior brothers were all devoured by the sea beasts in order to protect me, Yi Xian explained. I know. Luo Yang replied without much emotion. This made Yi Xian feel strange. One should know that the leading disciple was one of Luo Yang's favorite disciples. Now that he was dead, why was Luo Yang not showing any emotion? Something was wrong. Grandpa, I have something to show you. I got it from the sea beast's nest, Yi Xian continued. Come here. After a while, Yi Xian found Elder Luo Yang's residence and walked in. What is it? Elder Luo Yang asked. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly showed a murderous look. Sword Immortal descends, flying immortal sword. Yi Xian turned into a ray of cold light and attacked Luo Yang. Luo Yang was shocked. He did not expect Luoan to suddenly attack him. Moreover, the move he used was not Luoan's. Fortunately, he was a Heavenly Monarch realm expert. How could he fall for it so easily? Bang! He struck out his palm and hit Yi Xian's abdomen, sending him flying. Yi Xian. Luo Yang recognized him immediately. He Jian, is that you? Chapter 2004. What are you talking about? Luo Yang narrowed his eyes. Stop pretending. What method did you use to seize Elder Luo Yang's body? Yi Xian asked. Hearing this, Elder Luo Yang was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, You are indeed not simple. I didn't even expose myself in front of the sect master. How did you expose me? It was you. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had been thinking that since He Jian could change his body, why couldn't he change his body again? Therefore, he guessed that He Jian must have seized Elder Luo Yang's body. That was why the system changed the mission to kill Luo Yang. That's right, it was me. He Jian grinned. You didn't expect this, right? I came from a low-ranked ancient country, but I managed to seize the body of a Lord of Heaven Realm Elder. Who else in this world can do that? So what if you did? You will still die in the end. Yi Xian said slowly. Since Luo Yang had admitted to it, the next goal was to kill He Jian. However, at that moment, ding! You have triggered a random mission. You will not be able to use time reversal. If you succeed in killing He Jian, the reward will be doubled. The system notification frightened Yi Xian. Previously, Yi Xian had wanted to use time reversal to find trouble with He Jian after breaking through to the next realm. But now, he couldn't use time reversal. What the F***ck? I don't care. Luo, go. Yi Xian didn't care anymore. He summoned Luo and the other two to attack He Jian. Luo Yang's expression couldn't help but change when he saw this. He angrily shouted, "How dare you, Yi Xian? I'm your master, yet you dare to attack me. You disgraceful brat, I'll clean up the sect today." His voice was deafening. Everyone in the palace probably heard it. Luo Yang had been worried that he couldn't find a reason to attack Yi Xian. Now, he could kill him openly. You think you can? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he was sent flying by Luo Yang. Fortunately, it was only the invincible sword deity clone that came to find Luo Yang. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Of course, he couldn't use time reversal now, so the void spirit godly armor was naturally used on Luo. Rumble. Both sides began to fight. The intensity of their attacks was so great that Luo Yang's residence was instantly reduced to ruins. When the disciples saw this, they couldn't help but sigh. Who are those people? How dare they attack Elder Luo Yang? Hey, isn't that Luoan? What? Luoan, the grandson of Elder Luo Yang. What kind of joke is this? A grandson attacking his grandfather? The disciples below immediately recognized him. At this time, Luo An's younger brother, Luo Quan, also rushed over and asked in surprise, "Grandfather, big brother, what happened?" "He's not your big brother. He's a traitor in disguise," Luo Yang quickly said. "After possessing Elder Luo Yang's body, you still have the cheek to say this." "What a joke," Yi Xian said loudly. These two sentences were heard by everyone. Everyone felt a wave of disbelief. Both sides were saying that the other side was a fake. What was going on? However, this was the truth. Yi Xian used the real mask to disguise himself as Luoan, and He Jian used the method of possession to possess Elder Luo Yang's body. In other words, both of them were fake. At the same time, the commotion attracted the attention of the other experts. What's going on? Why did Elder Luo Yang attack his grandson? The elders who lived nearby rushed over and were puzzled. "Elders, this person pretended to be my grandson and tried to assassinate me," Elder Luo Yang said loudly. "I see." Everyone nodded and immediately attacked. In comparison, Elder Luo Yang's words were more authoritative. After all, Elder Luo Yang was a Lord of Heaven realm expert. The surrounding elders were also Lords of Heaven. They understood that not just anyone could possess a body. Immediately, the two elders attacked Luo, Black Horn, and the others. Damn it, it seems like there's no other way this time. Let's go. Yi Xian, who was far away, had his eyes flicker. He directly let the sword celestial avatar absorb Luo and the others into the devouring space and then put away the unparalleled sword. When the sword celestial avatar disappeared, everyone lost their target. Fortunately, Yi Xian only went to look for He Jian after breaking through to be on the safe side. Otherwise, with Luo's previous realm, she would be in danger. However, this time, the truth was out. Next, Elder Luo Yang could only wait for death. This time, I can't do anything to He Jian. As long as I break through again, I can kill him. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the scarlet kill character in the sky. He Jian definitely had to die. However, the time of his death would be different. Now that the two random missions were stacked, the earlier He Jian died, the better Yi Xian's reward would be. Therefore, Yi Xian prepared to go to the Golden Plume training ground again in a few days to kill Luo Yang. During this time, the Golden Plume training ground also sent out a large number of experts to search for Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, could not be found unless a Lord of Heaven expert passed by. Very soon, a few days had passed. Ding! Host has broken through to first-rank Sacred Master. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Weizhentian, Sky-breaking Divine Ape, Devouring Black Scale Dragon have broken through to 5th-rank Sacred Master. Yi Xian finally broke through to the next realm. Now, with these trump cards, he should be able to kill He Jian. Immediately, he used the real mask to disguise himself as a disciple and returned to the Golden Plume training ground. Luo Yang, wait for your death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he sneaked into Luo Yang's palace. However, when he arrived at Luo Yang's new residence, Luo Yang was indifferent. Kill! Yi Xian immediately summoned Luo Luo and the others to attack together. Rumble! There was a rumbling sound in the Golden Plume training ground. Elder Luo Yang was killed in an instant under the attacks of so many people. Ding! The target of the death hunt order is dead. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Mission completed. However, when the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, he did not hear the system notification. What happened? Yi Xian looked curiously and found that the two random missions were not completed, and the time reversal skill could not be used. He Jian was not dead. The random mission had changed again. Now, Yi Xian had to kill the master of the Golden Plume training ground, Wukong. Swoosh! At this time, a cold light came and hit Luo Luo directly. Fortunately, Yi Xian had asked Wei Zhentian to transform into the Void Spirit Divine armor and put it on Luo Luo. Otherwise, this attack would have severely injured Luo Luo. What happened? Yi Xian turned around and found that a large number of elders of the Golden Plume training ground had appeared. Chapter 2005. Among them, there was an extremely strong aura. This aura belonged to the sect master of Golden Plume Temple, Wukong. Now, Yi Xian finally understood that He Jian had seized Wukong's body using the possession technique. Then, he set up a trap here and waited for him to walk into it. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't notice the change in the random mission's content. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Fortunately, it was still the sword deity clone that entered this time. Yi Xian, you crazy disciple. How dare you kill your own master? Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you, you evildoer. Wukong said to Yi Xian with a righteous look on his face. Previously, Luo Yang's body was still under his control. This time, he deliberately allowed Luo Yang to be killed by Yi Xian. He Jian, you're pretty good. After seizing Elder Luo Yang's body, you seized the sect master's body. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. When the surrounding elders heard this, they were slightly surprised. However, they didn't feel anything strange about Wukong, so they were a little suspicious of Yi Xian's words. This kid, how can he recognize me every time? Wukong was a little surprised. His possession technique was flawless. He directly devoured the opponent's soul and merged with the opponent's body. Regardless of whether it was the action or the aura, it was exactly the same. However, it was impossible for Yi Xian to recognize him like this. But, this was the truth. Elders, let's join forces and kill this kid. Wukong shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding elders all made their moves. Terrifying attacks attacked Yi Xian one after another. If it was an ordinary person, they would be scared half to death when facing a Heaven Lord expert. However, Yi Xian and the rest didn't have the slightest fear in the face of such powerful attacks. Luo Luo, kill! Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Although the surrounding elders were most likely innocent, they would definitely listen to the sect master's orders now that He Jian was in control of Wukong's body. Therefore, they could only kill. All right. Luo Luo responded. She actually charged forward while enduring all the attacks. The Void Spirit Godly Armor had an extremely strong defensive ability. Most importantly, it was immune to all energy attacks, including attacks like Sword Qi. To put it simply, those attacks did not harm Luo Luo in the slightest. How is this possible? He can actually block so many of our attacks. Wukong was extremely shocked. One should know that he had also made a move earlier. Even if it was him, he would not be able to block all of those attacks. However, Luo Luo was charging towards them as if nothing had happened. Impossible. However, this was the truth. All of you are courting death. Luo Luo shouted angrily and finally launched an attack. With the almost invincible Void Spirit Divine Armor, her combat power was unprecedented. Coupled with the immortal Phoenix bloodline, she was a perpetual motion machine. Wukong and the other 6 elders, who were all first-level heavenly lords, couldn't do anything to Luo Luo. Puchi. Luo Luo closed in on one of the elders. Luo Luo instantly exploded with power and took his head. The first heavenly monarch realm elder had fallen. In addition, Black Horn, the old tree, and the Sword Celestial Doppelganger had also launched their attacks. The Sword Celestial Doppelganger was truly invincible. With him around, Black Horn and the old tree could be resurrected immediately even if they died. Countless immortal slaying puppets and celestial eliminating arrows surrounded the elders and Wukong. Bastard, why is it so difficult to deal with? Wukong said angrily. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Yi Xian directly. If that was the case, how could he have ended up like this? I don't believe that I can't do anything to you. Wukong decided to personally take action and charged towards Luo Luo. Unfortunately, Luo Luo didn't want to fight him one-on-one for the time being. She would deal with the unnecessary people around first. Rumble. The battle on Golden Feather Island was earth-shattering and attracted everyone's attention. The disciples of Golden Feather Temple were all shocked. It was hard to imagine that the sect master they worshipped in their hearts would team up with the elders to attack a group of people whose realms were far lower than theirs. This was not the main point. The main point was that the elders were falling one by one. In a short while, the 6 elders were all dead, and even their corpses disappeared. These corpses were naturally collected by the Sword Celestial Doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, Wukong became a commander without any helpers. Damn it, why is my attack ineffective? Wukong couldn't understand. With his realm as a second-stage heavenly lord, he couldn't do anything to Luo Luo, a half-step heavenly lord. It was too fake. However, he didn't believe it. Next, he fought with Luo Luo for a while. Luo Luo was never injured, and her saint power seemed to be endless as she attacked him crazily. For a moment, Wukong actually smelled a dangerous aura. In desperation, he could only divert his firepower and attack others. Unfortunately, whether it was the old tree or Black Horn, every time they were destroyed, they would reappear. As for the Sword Celestial Doppelganger, it was even more terrifying. Just like Luo Luo, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, it didn't dodge his attacks at all. At this moment, whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind fell into Wukong's ears. He turned his head and saw a black spike attacking him. He activated the saint power in his body and prepared to block it. However, what surprised him was that the spike actually crushed his saint power in an instant and pierced his palm. Poof! This black spike was the poison deity spike that Wei Zhenqian had transformed into. The poison today was called blazing flame poison. Once stabbed, the body would feel as if it had fallen into a fiery abyss, and it was extremely painful. The saint power in his body was also constantly evaporating. After a while, Wukong would be roasted alive. After stabbing Wukong, the sword celestial doppelganger quickly put away Wei Zhenqian. Then, Luo Luo put on the void spirit divine armor in the devouring space and attacked again. Damn it, let's go. Wukong's expression changed drastically, and he turned to leave. If it wasn't for the poison deity spike, even if everyone joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, even he couldn't get rid of the blazing flame poison. If they continued